I know you see me looking. You got me in a trance, baby. Ooh. All I want to do is just dance. Oh, Nintendo Direct was today? Yeah, I think I saw a few games. There was this one game that actually looked pretty sick. It was like a mix of like Sonic the Hedgehog, but then like, I don't even know, like a Mega Man shooter style game, and it was pretty fucking crazy. You know, simplistic side scroller, with just like a ton of like awesome gameplay elements all mixed together. I don't know if you guys saw that one. See you, baby. Shaking day ass. Yeah, it's a little bop, huh? You ever hear this? Little one, baby. Boom, boom, boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and. Vanessa, you got COVID. Sorry to hear that. But I think at this point we all go through it. So you're gonna get through it. You're gonna be stronger. You're gonna be powerful, in fact. So your special boner content isn't true stories. I guess it's a variation of a lot of different types of content, to be honest with you. If it was true stories, it should say in the title, but yeah, there's a large degree of like fictional stuff, you know, creepypasta. It's basically a lot of stuff that I just don't normally do on the channel. I get to do over there. Are you from New England? Nope. Not from Tom Brady's neck of the woods. Also, how about fucking Tom Brady, bro? It's so funny to think, like, over 10 years ago, I remember, like, hating on Tom Brady. And now it's, like, such a weird spectacle to me that I'm just like, this guy is a fucking god. He is, like, some sort of freakazoid. I remember it's just, like, so weird to think, like, being in, like, high school. I remember, like, going to this, like, one church camp thing. And, like, somebody further, like, you know, church speech or whatever was talking about Tom Brady and, like, how Tom Brady didn't feel, you know, what it felt to win a Super Bowl. And it wasn't, like, you know, it wasn't the greatest thing he ever expected kind of thing. And it's just, like, weird to think, like, that was in fucking, like, 2006. Tom Brady was reflecting on the fact that the Super Bowl was just like no big deal compared to, like, you know, the rest of his life. And then now zoom forward to fucking 2022 and who knows, maybe he wins another fucking Super Bowl this year. It's just so weird to think that people can keep it going like that. I was just listening to your wedding horse stories with the Thai food. It was rough and I'm still hating on Tom Brady. No, it's fair. It's totally fair to understand, but, like, I don't know, eventually, when someone is like that consistently existent into your, like, imagine he's going to be I mean, even if he didn't make it to the championship game of the Super Bowl last year, like, there's so many quarterbacks who still, like, beg just to make it to the fucking playoffs, you know what I mean? And he can just, like, casually show up at, like, some other random team and is just instantly the most productive in the league. It's just weird to me. It's like a weird oddity when you look at football overall. Oh yeah, that one song was called Eliza Rose, B-O-T-A, baddest of them all. It's pretty good bop. Did I miss it? I think I missed a dono, actually. Sorry, I'm scrolling. Yeah, Hugh Janus with the 2. Thank you, my friend. Always coming in clutch. And David De La Rosa with the 2 says, hi, Joel. Had some Texas Roadhouse rolls. Awesome. Hell yeah. You got to. You absolutely got to. Do I have any pets? Yes, I do. I got one beautiful black kitty who is 8 years old. His name is Pradeep, and he is laying on my backpack next to me. Greatest narrator in the cosmos, for the win. Love all your work. Keep up the grind. Much love. Thank you. Punchaside. So Joel, you read a story the other night about a woman who needed her dress fixed for a wedding, and she had needles stuck in her legs. The same night, I had a dream about pulling pins out of my legs. Oh God, yeah. It was embedded into your subconscious. Oh, the song playing right now. Yeah, this is Jazzy Cow, First Seed. It's actually from that Dream Hop Music YouTube channel. Let the Leaves Fall. Calm, lo-fi beats. Salty Turtle Cupcake. Welcome back for a year and a half. Holy shit. Happy belated birthday, Joel. I had mine on the 2nd. 2nd of September? Because mine was back in June, my friend. Maybe you're thinking I was reading birthday stories recently. I just want to say thank you for making my days great and calming despite those creepy stories when I got stuck in Spain for months when COVID struck. Yeah, dude, that must have been, I don't know, just the most insane shit, man. Being stuck somewhere for a long ass time. Do you have a day job or does the channel pay the bills? Yep, this is my job right here. I gave it all up to chase after YouTube and podcasting. And I made it, baby. I made it. Look at me now, Mom and Dad. But no, it's all thanks to you guys. So thank you so much for all your support and love and word of mouth spreading of the seed of Let's Read. Did you ever further research Jazzland? What? No. What was that all about? I feel like I vaguely remember you bringing that up, but I don't quite recall. Please give the kitty a nice little head pat. I would, but then it would wake him up and then he would want further head pats. You give a kitty a head pat, he's gonna want a cookie. You were at the Remy Martin Castle in France when COVID hit. Nice, dude. When COVID struck the... Never mind. I'm happy you can chase your dreams. Well, thank you, Jack. I think everyone should give it a try. I mean, we live in a weird opportunity here, like a weird, you know... Do you have a podcast not counting YouTube, if that makes sense? Well, basically, the content you see on YouTube gets put onto podcast. Now, granted, the content gets remastered and put on there at a later date, but every Tuesday, and hey, guess what? It's Tuesday right now. It's called the Let's Read podcast, and you can find it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, all that good stuff. All the popular podcast distributors. You can find it on there. And you can listen to it in your ear holes. You got a new kitty yesterday? Nice. What'd you name it, Grendel? The sound went out? Weird. What's my sign? My sign is a stop sign. No doggy. Yeah, no doggy now. My family recently got, or my parents, they had gotten a dog like a year ago, like a black lab puppy, and she's still fucking insane. Now, granted, they don't really put a lot of time into training her, so she's kind of spoiled, but God, I don't even know. Dealing with a puppy dog right now with just me would probably drive me insane. Oh yeah, definitely check out the podcast. It's just another way to enjoy it, you know, in case you don't have like YouTube Premium or whatever. And then you don't have to worry about keeping your screen open the whole time or what have you. Just curious, why does your last video on a scary Reddit story say 10 true? Oh, okay. Yeah, I must you know what? That's just deep-seated symbology that you have to figure out, Catherine. You got to dig into that and really figure it out. It couldn't possibly be me making a mistake and putting 10 like a stinker. Stop sign as your answer screams Gemini or Capri Sun. They're making Reese's cups with Reese's puffs in them. The world has gone too far. Holy shit! I saw a grizzly bear on fucking what's it called, on Reddit, and it broke into a gas station, just came in and stole a bunch of like Reese's candy bars and walked out. They're just so funny. Like, it just busts the door through and then fucking takes Reese's, runs the fuck out. And I'm like, I'd do the same, bear. I'd do the same. You should release your own whiskey. We can all drink to your videos and streams. I'm not really a big... I actually thought about that the other day, like, in regards to people that, like, businesses that kind of got fucked during COVID and shit. I was thinking to myself, like, with alcohol, you know, if you were an alcohol producer, that probably could just sit on the shelf for a while, even if you weren't moving product as much, you know what I mean? At least you didn't have to worry about it, at least you don't have to worry about, like, you know, going bad or anything like that. But then I also thought to myself, I'm like, what if you were like the CEO of like some huge whiskey company, super millionaire, whatever the fuck? Because I don't really drink that much. I don't really like drinking that much either. But I was thinking, like, say you just had your product everywhere. I feel like it would just almost just based on like the fact that it's constantly surrounding you at all times, you would just be forced to become a drunk. Or at least just a little bit of an alcoholic. Just a teeny tad. I'm ready for foreskin stories. The hacker known as Foreskin. Unopened, I think it lasts years. Yeah, that'd be crazy. But I also, I don't know if I'd ever want to make, like... I don't even know how I would do that. Like, would I have to be the one to, like, have a distillery and... Or would you just, like, go somewhere else, ask them to put your label on their shit, and then they get a cut or something? Rachel with the 5 says, stopping in to say hey to Joel, Pradeep, and the Buttersock cult. I can't stay tonight, but I hope everyone enjoys the live and have a great night. Thank you, Rachel. Always good to see you. Can we do a smoking green session? Yeah, honestly, I feel like, getting high is way better than getting drunk, in my opinion, just because you don't get sick, and it only lasts, like 2 hours, depending on how much you consume. Wait, is Joel drinking? I am not drinking right now. I'm just having tea. A little bit of tea, a little bit of water. You know me. I'm dry as a witch. An old one. Randy with the 2 says, yay, missed a few lives. Hope you're doing well. XOXO. Thank you, Randy. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. Everyone is buying the alcohol companies now. I swear, if Ryan Reynolds keeps going, he is going to own one of everything. Oh, yeah, dude. Celebrity, like, I don't know, the way that they, like, the more popular celebrities, the way they, like, follow trends and stuff. I always find that interesting. I think one of the funniest things I thought was, like, you know, you go on Twitter. You know, Twitter's always got their shit that they're chasing after. They're clawing at all the fucking time, hoping that if I bitch enough into the void, it's gonna fucking make it reality. But then they were complaining about, like, NFTs and stuff like that. And I'll be real with you, I don't know shit about NFTs. But I just found it rather hilarious whenever, like, they were bitching about it for, like, weeks, and all of a sudden, like, Twitter out of nowhere was just like, introducing, making your profile picture an NFT, and, like, everyone on Twitter shits their fucking internet pants. But then, like, there's a bunch of, like, celebrities too who, you know, talk about the environment, blah 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 blah, and then, you know, one of the narratives or whatever is that, like, NFTs are terrible for the environment due to the mining of the usage of graphics cards and some shit. And then, but then like every, you know, celebrity who usually falls right in line with like whatever political, you know, ecological thing that you want to push. And it was just so funny to see like every celebrity was like, I've got my new line of NFTs and liquor ready for you to go. I don't know. Just like the endless like realm of hypocrisy from any corporation, from any celebrity, from literally anybody just makes me fucking laugh every day. Because it seems like we just fall for it time and time again. What does a weighted blanket do for yourself? I'm curious. I don't know, honestly. Basically, it just, it kind of just weighs on you, you know what I mean? Like, it just sort of keeps you nice and snug. Keeps the bed bugs from biting, from eating your ass. Keeps the boogeyman from sucking on your toes, all that good shit. Hypocrisy, exactly. Jacob, what's up, buddy? How to reject a really creepy guy who asked me out today. I'm really bad at stuff like that. Oh, you just say no, you know what I mean? Like, girls are so afraid, and you hear it in all these stories all the fucking time. And it's not their fault or anything, but it's just sort of like part of their natural, I presume, you know, tendencies to avoid conflict. But I'll be honest with you, like, men aren't as keen to picking up on like subtle cues, you know what I mean? Emotional intelligence and whatnot. So like, don't be afraid to just be like, no thank you, you know, or hey, I don't want to, you know, no, you know, just no, you know, because I understand there's like that underlying thought process that something bad is going to happen, but statistically I would say no, that's not, you know, like they might be like, oh sweet, thank you for literally just making it obvious to me, and I don't have to like sit there and ruminate on it in my mind over and over again, you know. Peter Sarsgaard, that's who I sound like. Is he in a new movie called Barbarian? Is that the Sarsgaard brother? Or am I thinking of somebody else? The one that played Pennywise in It, right? Yeah, tell him you got the clap. Tell him you make a clap with no hands. Or no, that's not correct. Is this one of them Bajel places? What's a Bajel? Am I about to get baited with that? That K for you. Thank you for literally crushing me dreams. Wait, what dreams did I crush? With my huge honkin' nuts. It worked for your daughter to just say no? A no makes them more excited? I don't know. I mean, I understand sometimes it feels like being... but I feel like that's just going to extend your... Like, if you don't want to say no to somebody, that's fine. You don't owe them a no, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, being forthright with somebody rather than, like, just awkwardly, like, I don't know, like, hoping that they're going to pick up on the message if you're not, like... Because there's so many people in these stories, like, especially, like... You've seen them where they, like, just... The person is, like, a complete creep, but then, like... And then they'll be pissed about it in their head, but then they'll continue fucking... hanging out with the person. It's really fucking weird to me. It just seems like if you dislike somebody, just get the fuck away from them, you know what I mean? Just tell them to fuck off and move on. Like, be a New Yorker in your fucking head. Say, hey, fucking eat shit, get the fuck away from you, fucking weirdo. And then you're done, man. You're done with it, hopefully, unless they're crazy. You can hear me singing some parody country. I wanna pick some ticks off of your nuts. Look them in the eye with a blank stare. No response. Say nothing. Yeah, give them one of the... Just go... They love that. Guys love that, dude. Do you like hunting? I love hunting. Joel, you and I both know some pretty... I never really hunted. I went when I was like 13. It was more of a pain in the ass to me, like waking up early, sitting out in the cold, and like, honestly, like handling a firearm in the cold is like just so annoying because it's like, you got the oil. I don't know, you're just like, it's very sensitive. Everything is just more sensitive in the cold. I mean, it is what it is. My family actually both sides, super into hunting and all that kind of shit. They have different methods. Like, they do like the chase method, if you're familiar with that, where you like, one bunch of people push like a deer out into the open and then someone like takes the shot. They get like take turns and shit. People around here, they get off of fucking school, you know what I mean? I'm sure it's the same where you're at, depending on where you're at. But yeah, they get off the first day or even week, for deer season, all that kind of shit. I took like hunter safety course and stuff, but it was a pain in the dick, you know what I mean? I was like, none of my friends hunt. And I can understand, like, if your friends hunted, you go out with them, and if your family hunts, you go out with them. But like, none of my friends, went hunting, so I just never really looked at it as like a social norm, you know what I mean? Playing video games, that was like more a thing that people did together socially, or like going to play intramural basketball or some shit. Shooting wolves from a helicopter, exactly. Like tracking down fucking Bigfoot, that's what I want to do. You eat venison? I had jerky once. Yeah, I mean, like, people would bring it into work and shit and be like, my husband made some venison here, guys. It's in the kitchen. You should try it. And you try it and you're like, all right, Jesus fuck, I hope I don't get a fucking worm. I hope I don't get the one that's like gone bad. But anyways, thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you. You're awesome for doing that. Where's the time countdown? It was there. We have moved on. It is time to read. I feel like people have to say they're smooth. Most likely aren't, no offense. No, I mean, I don't know. I'm not even sure what we're talking about. Lots have the wasting disease. Oh, yeah. You should read Tammy Tide's essay, Why Men Should Rule. What's that about? You just became a Patreon member. Welcome. Thank you for doing that, Amber. I appreciate you. Alright, friends. Anyways, we're reading some 4chanian stories. So let's get into it. Hitchhiking has to be one of my... That was a weird start, sorry. Hitchhiking has to be my favorite thing to do. I'm a bit of an absurdist, so I guess this shouldn't come as a surprise when I say that I enjoy hitchhiking. I do it all my life if I didn't have friends or family. Just catching rides with strangers, learning their stories, trying new foods in new cities, and, of course, the thrill and the danger of it all. Anything can happen, and that's what I love the most about it. Somehow, every time I talk about this, people think I'm unaware of the circumstances I could face. No, I'm not ignorant to the cliches or stereotypes of hitchhiking. In fact, I myself would warn anyone else if they mentioned the interest. A long time ago, I hitchhiked across... That was a weird sentence. In fact, I myself would warn anyone else if they mentioned... Oh, I see. Hey, DSTMO, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. I'm your favorite YouTuber. Well, thank you. What makes a good YouTuber? Like, what do you guys I mean, I guess it just depends on the content that you're into, right? But like, I'm sure there's certain YouTubers that do similar content. What warrants somebody to be the coolest frickin' YouTuber of all frickin' time? I might have to go SEAL Team 6 on that ass. Hell yeah, and get shot down in a helicopter. I saw a 4-foot shark at the beach. Guy reeled it in and released it again. That's why I don't swim in the ocean. Wonder what kind of shark it was. Faceless. I'm close, second to Simon Whistler. Yeah, there's so many YouTubers. I don't know any YouTubers, honestly. I just know all like the big ones that you see on fucking just trending for random shit. Serial Killer Podcast is yay. The tweaking, obviously. The twerking, yeah. The best twerkers in the biz. It's their voice and how they treat their followers, members, Joel. Oh, perfect. You talk with us. Ooh, woo. Ooh, woo, I give you the time of day. Ooh, woo. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you guys give me the time of day, too. You know what I mean? I don't even, like, for, like, one moment fancy myself any different than you guys in that context, you know what I mean? So like this and communicating with you guys is like just as therapeutic as vice versa, you know what I mean? Mostly info based. What do you mean? Information based? Your personality, the way you think, all your humors and your voice is a big boner. Twerk from the greatest heights. That'd be kind of sick, like if you were on the high dive at a pool, the 60 meter, and like as you were flying down to the water, you were just twerking the entire way. A long time ago, I hitchhiked across the Canada. A long time ago, I hitchhiked across. A long time ago, I hitchhiked all across Canada and back. On the way back in northern Ontario between Moose Jaw and Wawa, I misjudged the terrain and decided to fall asleep. Burrito style? What the fuck? Anybody else fall asleep burrito style? In other words, a sleeping bag with a tarp rolled around me. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Tonight I'm going to bed. It's fucking blankie mode and it's time to get burrito style. Hey, Canada, eh? A long time ago? Across. Did I add a T at the end? The record is skipping. A long time ago, I hitchhiked all across Canada and back. On the way back in northern Ontario between Moose Jaw and Wawa, I misjudged the terrain and decided to fall asleep burrito style. In other words, a sleeping bag with a tarp rolled around me. The spot I picked was a slight depression, and that night I woke up in the midst of a huge thunderstorm, but my burrito was waterproof, so I tell myself to go back to sleep. Later that night, I wake up and find that I'm drenched and cold, and my burrito is now a puddle. I unroll it, get out of the sleeping bag, and find a spot beneath a tree that is semi-dry. I set up a tarp to make shelter, and then I change clothes and begin trying to get my sleeping bag to dry. The next morning it was still raining, and I found myself in a very bad spot for hitchhiking. No traffic, no shops or restaurants, and no town to walk to for what I later researched was 100 kilometers. I suck it up and continue to walk anyway just to keep myself warm. This walk/sleep combination goes on for 3 days. Before we sleep crunch wrap style. Yeah, I sleep that crunch wrap supreme. A waterproof burrito. Just some giant Wendigo picks them up and eats them. This walk/sleep combination goes on for 3 days, before I finally get a lift to a gas station. At that point, I was tired, cold, and starving. Feeling fed up, I caught a Grey Goose bus to make the last leg to my hometown and ended up sleeping the whole 12 hours. Once I got home and unraveled the last few days of events, I did some research and later learned that the stretch that I was on had a reputation for being a dead zone for hitchhiking. If you're interested or ever find yourself in a predicament that requires hitchhiking, then here's some pointers from my experience. Always hitchhike along a road where you can be seen from a good distance, because this means you have the chance to get out of the way in case they try to hit you. Yes, this is a thing that happens and has happened to me. Wasn't hit, luckily, but the driver absolutely wasn't pulling a prank with how fast he was going. To add more on being visible from a distance, try a place where you can see the road for at least a couple of 100 meters, and ideally be in a spot where cars can slow down, like maybe ramps near highways. Also, if you're untrained or don't have weapons on you that you're proficient in using, then never hitchhike after the sun goes down. You can hitchhike as soon as the sun goes up, but you should finish around dusk. To keep it short, the night brings out the weirdos and unstable people. There's more drunk people in cars, more troublesome people, etc. Treat it the same way as to why you might walk down certain streets at daytime. Daytime, don't give it too much thought, but at night. Whoops. Grandma with the 7 Canadian maple syrup dollarinos says burrito style is the only style. Mucho love to all. Thank you, Grandma. Appreciate you. Grey Goose bus, like vodka bus? Yeah, the whole bus was just flooded with vodka. Treat it the same way as to why you might walk down certain streets at daytime. Daytime, you don't give it much thought, but at night, you want to avoid it. It is also very difficult to get picked up, as you immediately look 10 times more like an axe murderer just because it's dark. Just don't bother. You're probably also more likely to be hassled by police if you're unfortunate enough. Most people will think you're homeless and will offer you cash. Avoid taking money unless you're absolutely in need of it, but I generally recommend turning it down. People sometimes think that giving you money earns them services. If you feel really uncomfortable with a ride or if it looks sketchy, please just turn it down. There was another time that I was picked up and actually joined another hitchhiker. The guy driving us must have either been extremely bored or just felt super generous. The other hitchhiker that I was sitting next to was this older man, maybe mid-30s, with a club foot, and that he was walking down the side of the highway. Wait, what? And that he was walking down. What flavor's the vodka? Blood. Need more chips, all gone. Sad days. The other hitchhiker that I was sitting next to was this older man, maybe mid-30s, with a club foot, and that he was walking down the side of the highway. I shrugged it off, feeling kind of bad that he was walking around knowing that he must have been in pain, until he told us that he worked at a Burger King 20 miles from his mom's home. Apparently she could only drive him to work but never home, so he was forced to walk down the highway every single night that he worked until someone helped him or the cops took him home. This legitimately made me sad, but to him, just another Tuesday night. I know people lie or exaggerate their experiences all the time, especially on the internet, but this man was genuinely in the middle of nowhere, on a highway, and walking with a club foot for 20 miles nearly every night. I rode along as they drove him home, and we made sure he got inside. I know living in America sucks for some people, but this felt cripplingly. It's Jen with the 5. Says you're one of the best, great voice, great sense of humor, and you're a cat guy. What's not to love exactly? I'm just one giant kitty cat. I'm a cat boy turned into a cat guy. That is a very strong devotion to Burger King. I know living in America sucks for some people, but this This felt cripplingly depressing. That was kind of a weird story, to be honest with you. I just didn't really have like any sort of... It was like a list of advice or something like that. War stories are normally highly in demand, whether because people want to hear about the visceral actions that humans will push themselves to, or because they just want to hear heroic stories. But at the end of the day, we're simply just that, humans. We make mistakes, or we cope with our current events in unsettling manners. Back in 2017, I was a conscript. What is it? A conscript? What the fuck is that? Is it a noun? Enrolled or into service by compulsion. Oh, he's drafted? Made up of conscripted persons? What? Interesting. Or maybe it just means he was forced to do it by obligation. You're craving a big king right now. I know. Back in 2017, I was a conscript deep in the woods for SERE training. For those who don't know, SERE stands for Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape, and it's not meant to be taken lightly. So I was setting up a nice camp, and of course, we weren't allowed actual tents, so the shelters had to be made from branches, raincoats, and other miscellaneous material. At this point, everyone is starving, and the overall morale is low because, well, obviously this all sucks and everyone wants to be home. Suddenly, whether it was to spark up morale or to keep us alert, our instructor yells out, "First to reach me gets a hot dog." This one guy was crafting something with an axe in his hand when the instructor yelled this, and instantly, and I mean instantly, the axe-wielding man jolts up, leaps, and then trips over something. He falls down and ends up embedding the entire axe blade into his leg, severing an artery. He gets sent off for treatment, and luckily, he survived. Eventually, the exercise leader comes forward the day after and solemnly says he almost died over a sausage. Immediately, our medic just starts laughing hysterically, like can barely breathe laughing. Everyone else is totally silent while he continues to wheeze for like 2 minutes straight. And just like that, it's never brought up again and everyone just memory holes it. To this day, it still feels like a fever dream. We were so starved and deprived that one man sent himself to the hospital over a hot dog. SERE can really be a surreal experience. During our first exercise, our instructors put our platoon in a forest, and every soldier was given a roughly 20 by 20 meter square. We weren't allowed to talk to each other nor help each other, and we weren't allowed to leave our designated area. We were all told to make a camouflage bivouac? Bivouac, right? Bivouac. My name is Bivouac. SERE just gets pronounced seer. Oh, okay. I'll call it that from now on. Hospital hot dog. Sounds like a band name. We were all told to make a camouflage bivouac, a campfire, and a signal beacon. We also had to ration the little food that we were given, while looking out for enemies and to just survive for a few days. The instructors would randomly check in on us to make sure that we weren't communicating with one another, but I do think it was to ensure no one was losing their minds. However, after a few days, Everyone began making monkey sounds to each other and communicating in sign language behind the instructors' backs. Finally, via monkey calls and sign language, an elaborate black market had been established for smuggled cigarettes and snacks, even reaching the guys in the far-off corners. I won't lie, I kinda miss it, to be honest. During my deployment, this wannabe tough guy ends up receiving off-size boots that were too large. Instead of simply accepting smaller boots, I guess out of some fear that he'll be mocked, he just went along with it and repeatedly stated, "Nah, it's good," and declined exchanging them. However, this now meant his boots didn't fit properly, and he was stuck with them for training and deploying. So, his solution to them being too large was to double up on his socks. For paperwork cases, this is not a big deal, but him doubling up on socks means that he's going through them twice as fast. For paperwork cases, what the fuck does that even mean? Yeah, everybody join and we're gonna start a band. Yeah, hospital hot dogs. Hospital sausage. There's a sign language for monkeys? Oh, it seems that they invented it. You just gotta pound your chest a little bit. Waiting for me to fall asleep while reading. Almost did it last time. Me? I never fall asleep. I'm all... Bivouac. For paperwork cases, this is not a big deal, but him doubling up on socks means he's going through them twice as fast as he's supposed to, which leads to him reusing old socks. We're out on training one blistering day, and out of nowhere, he just collapses during a physical test. He starts mumbling how his foot is messed up and removes one of his boots. He peels off the first outer sock, and we can already see this red, yellow, brown stain visibly soaking through. He started peeling off the inner sock, and the smell was unbearable even outdoors. As he removes the inner sock, he nonchalantly sloughs off a chunk of skin that was about the size of a playing card. The surrounding skin is bleached white and looks like a sheet of paper, but the flesh that was exposed underneath was dark brown with these whitish blue spots. The gagging becomes nearly contagious as people glance at the guy's foot, even causing the... Yeah, just keep making monkey noises at that guy. Ooh. Now, actually, I would be careful with that because I feel like that might make a guy excited. It would make me excited, probably. I'd be like, yes, finally, someone gets me. Someone finally understands my needs. The gagging becomes nearly contagious as people glance at the guy's foot, even causing the corpsman, who had just come back from a hot tour, to turn away after looking at it. The corpsman clears his throat, yells to get a medevac, and says that the guy is probably dying of sepsis. I've never seen two socks again after this, and it's all because the dude was too macho to ask for different boots. It just says at the end, he boot too big for he goddamn feet. What the fuck? He boot too big for he goddamn feet. I guess that's like too long, didn't read. I've never seen two socks again. Two socks again after this. I've never seen two socks again after this, and it's all because the dude was too macho to ask for different boots. Doing way better was just as exhausted the night, so guard was finally down, meaning flashbacks of my... Oh, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. What's up, Chell? Hello. And hello to everyone. We got almost 500 people in the chat, Well, these have been some kind of out there stories, but it's all good. He boot too big. Yeah, remind me to say that at the end. Miss Molly with the 10 says, Joel, my love, how are you tonight? Glad you're live. I have nothing more to say other than I love you and I hope you're doing well. I love you too, Miss Molly. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you, and I hope you're having a good night. Hope you're gaming like a mad woman. I am a legend. Thank you, Jojo. Good to see you. And hey, there's another Joel in the chat. What's up, other Joel? John Ogden. Is Ogden? Ogden. Maybe Ogden. Hey, listen. Ogden. Okay. Odgeball. John Ogden and 5 of his friends were 3.2 kilometers or 2 miles deep into an unmapped part of England's Mossdale Caverns in 1967 when the rain began to fall. For hours, they'd climbed and crawled their way through the dark, winding tunnels of the cave, exploring a part of the world no one had ever seen. Deep in that labyrinth of stone, they had no way of knowing what was coming. In the downpour, the creeks outside of the mountain were rising. Soon, there was a full... Do you design those backgrounds? That is Mr. Robin himself, Robin Mikalsen. Soon, there was a full-on flood. The entrance was buried under a rising lake, and the water came rushing into the cave through every pathway. Ogden and his group were crawling through a narrow tunnel when they heard the rumble of rushing water behind them. It spilled in, first rising up over their feet and quickly climbing to their necks. The group's only hope was a small crack in the rocks up ahead. Ogden forced himself up the fissure, pulling his head up to a tiny pocket of air at the top. There was no room for anyone else. Beneath him, the water filled the tunnel and every one of his friends died. Ogden alone has his head above the water, trapped in a narrow crevice, and it took days before anyone found him. By then, he was dead too, still stuck there in that narrow pathway, struggling for a last gasp of air. In 2002, divers found MK's body at the bottom of an underwater cave in Croatia, 54 meters or 177 feet below the surface. He was alone, and his diving mask had been removed, and there was a 30-centimeter or 12-inch knife lodged into his chest. At first, the police investigated it as a murder. MK had gone cave diving with friends, and the police began to suspect that one of them had stabbed him and thrown him overboard to hide the body. Forensics, though, revealed a truth that was more chilling than any murder. MK had gotten lost in the maze of the cave, and his oxygen ran out. With no air left, he started drowning. He swam up to an air bubble between the two rocks and tried to breathe it in, but it wasn't enough to save him. He would die here, he realized, and would be a horrible and painful death. The pain of drowning was too much to bear. MK stabbed himself in the chest with his own knife to escape the agony. Peter Verhulse? Lynn with the 2 says, killing some graphic design homework with you, love you. Thank you, Lynn. What are you making in that graphic world? Also, how do your art teachers feel about, how does everyone feel about AI art and all that kind of stuff? I've been using it here and there, but I definitely don't think it's as good as, obviously, a normal artist. Or at the very least, I think it kind of gives, conventional artists, a direction on, a little bit of inspiration on where to take things. And then they can be more specific with kind of what they're looking for. And Courtney Lewis, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Jake Doolin with the 5 says, just want to let you know that I love your channel and I binge listen to your stories for months. I've always looked forward to Tuesdays on Spotify. Thanks, Jake. Tuesdays are the best. I appreciate you. You fear drowning to death? I don't know why. Like, I don't want to drown to death, but I don't think I would ever even have the presence of mind and the mental fortitude to just like stab myself in the chest. You know what I mean? And I don't really think drowning to death is as bad as being stabbed in the chest to death. Maybe that guy knew better than me. I mean, obviously, that might be the most likely case, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, with drowning, like, sure, it's like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, and then all of a sudden you pass out, right? And then your body continues to, like, breathe in the water until you're dead, you know? So you pass out and presumably die while you're passed out, so it's kind of like dying in your sleep a little bit, you know, other than the fucking terrifying feeling you have prior to not being able to hold your breath anymore. My art teacher put a picture of the Queen up on the board and played the Titanic music when she died. Art teachers are amazing. That's funny. Yeah, I was watching Meat Canyon. He has like another channel called like Papa Meat, and he had a pretty funny video he put up recently about the Queen. Don't go cave diving, it will be no worries. Yeah, exactly. Easy peasy. Cave diving seems like the absolute worst thing to possibly do. I can't even go into a normal cave and feel comfortable, let alone like not even being able to like breathe. What the hell? What is this name? Verhusel? Peter Verhusel? Is that even a real person? Oh, it is. Scuba diver lost in caves waiting for rescue. Peter... Oh, yeah. Verhulsel. Let's see. Maybe there's a video. Trapped underwater. Bubble... Wow. Let me go to YouTube just so I can hear his name. I don't want to say his, like, wrong name. Trapped in an underwater bubble. Okay. Peter Verhusel. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll go with that. Wait. Hulsel? Peter Verhulsel? Fuck me, man. Verhusel. I don't know if that's correct, because he didn't include the L part. Wait. The Sterkfontein? Maybe this will be it. Sorry, I'm watching a little ABC News video. Not the right names. Alright, I apologize. Peter Verhulsel. Peter Verhulsel was a risk taker. When he and his friends went cave diving through Sterkfontein, of course, instantly another fucking word. Sterkfontein. Peter Verhulsel was a risk taker. When he and his friends went cave diving through Sterkfontein caves in South Africa in 1984, he ignored every safety guideline. There was a line through the water that they were supposed to follow, but Peter's curiosity kept driving him to explore passages off the planned path. The third time he did so, his friends couldn't find him. Peter swam through a maze of tunnels and soon realized that he was lost. He was trapped alone in the cave with no idea of how to get out, and his oxygen was running low. In a stroke of luck, he found a small island at the end of a tunnel. He climbed out of the water and onto the island. Now, at least he wouldn't drown, but he didn't have enough oxygen left to find his way out. His only hope was to wait for rescue. Peter waited for hours before he gave in to exhaustion and fell asleep. When he awoke, no help had come. He sat in pitch black. When he awoke, no help had come. He sat in a pitch-black cavern with nothing to eat and nothing to do but wait. It took rescuers 6 weeks to find Peter. By then, his starved body had withered to bones. He left one final message behind for his wife and his mother. In his last days, knowing that he would die, he scrawled in the sand, "I love you, Cheryl and Ma." In January 2005, Dave Shaw was determined to retrieve Dion Dreyer's body. Dreyer had been dead for 10 years, lost 270 meters or 885 feet into Bushman's Hole in South Africa, but Dave was going to bring his bones back to his family. He found Dion's body without a problem and hooked a line to it so he could bring it up to safety. When he tried to cover the body with a body bag, though, the head snapped free. The body started to float away, and catching it turned into a vicious struggle. Dave's breath sped up. Soon he was breathing faster than his rebreather could handle. The carbon dioxide it was supposed to filter out was coming back into his lungs, making him confused. His efforts to get Dion into the bag were getting wild and careless, and he was staying at it for too long. After 5 minutes, Dave gave up and started swimming up, but his light got snagged on the cave line that he'd attached to Dion's body. Dave tried to get free, but Dion's body was dragging him down. He panicked, his breathing his breath faster than ever. Dave was choking on his own exhalations. He panicked, his breath faster than ever. Dave was choking on his own exhalations, and Dave passed out and died under the water next to the body he tried to save. That sounds fucking cursed. Cursed as hell. Can you imagine then like another person goes down and gets fucking snagged on something? Gets fucking snagged, mate. Alright, so a lot of these stories have kind of been like out of the ordinary, but we'll find something that I feel like we can start with in the video. Yeah, it's pretty depressing. The Descent. This might be a bit out there, but hear me out because I have a story to tell. I'm a New England Anon. Grew up in and around small-town New Hampshire and Massachusetts for most of my life. I have a friend who moved out to an even more remote small town up in the sticks of New Hampshire, and I've driven out there to see him. The only good way to get there is to go through the town of Hillsborough, which requires hopping on the very obscure Route 149 that goes from Weir, New Hampshire, up into and through Hillsborough. For those unfamiliar with the area, I'm going to look up how to say Weir. I feel like that's correct, but Weir, whatever, I'm sure somebody will tell me. Anybody from Weir, New Hampshire? If I go, I'm taking you with me mentally. Try yoga. Wait, Nidra yoga? What's Nidra? I kind of want to take a yoga class, like, in a more official capacity. I think that would be pretty relaxing. Maybe even just, like, once a week. The only thing I don't like about yoga class is, like, listen, bro, I just want to stretch a little bit, like, I don't want some, like, random teacher coming up to me and, like, now, you must extend your lungs out into the stratosphere. Here. It's pronounced where? Okay. I will do that. Then I will change that. The only good way to get there is to go through the small town of Hillsborough, which requires hopping on the very obscure Route 149 that goes through Ware, New Hampshire, up into and through Hillsborough. Wait, also Hillsborough. I feel like I'm saying it. Fuck. God. Hillsborough. The only good way to get there is to go through the small town of Hillsborough, which requires hopping on the very obscure Route 149 that goes through Ware, New Hampshire, up into and through Hillsborough. For those unfamiliar with the area, all of you, I reckon, this isn't really a highway like an interstate. Honestly, it is easy. God. I don't know why I fucking can't find my voice tonight. It's so fucking annoying. For those unfamiliar with the area, I keep pronouncing words that are they don't exist. All these words are made up. Everyone here is made up. For those unfamiliar with the area, all of you, I reckon, this isn't really a highway like an interstate. Honestly, it isn't even much like other routes. The area of southern New Hampshire is surprisingly hilly and unpredictable. The route wraps around sharp inclines and passes by various swamps and dark woods. The woods of New England are usually thick right on the side of the roads, but when driving this route at night, the only times I have, it's obnoxious how dense the woods become. I recall having an aunt from West Texas who proclaimed, "How do any of you drive around any..." I recall having an aunt from Texas who proclaimed, "How do any of you drive anywhere? The wilderness is right next to you." Anyway, I've only driven the route a handful of times and always exclusively at night between the hours of 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. It's I don't know why. It's I read the words before I actually say them with my mouth. And then I get moving on to the next fucking word. But it's weird because it just makes me feel like I don't have, I had a stroke or something. You know how people have a stroke, they're pissed? Because they're what the fuck? That's how I feel right now, man. For those unfamiliar with the area, all of you, I reckon, this isn't really a highway like an interstate. Honestly, it isn't even much like other routes. That area of southern New Hampshire is surprisingly hilly and unpredictable. The route wraps around sharp inclines and passes by various swamps and dark woods. The woods of New England are usually thick right on the sides of the road, but when driving this route at night, the only times I have, it's obnoxious how dense the woods become. And I even recall an aunt from West Texas who proclaimed, "How do any of you drive anywhere? The wilderness is right next to you." I've only driven the route a handful of times and always exclusively at night between the hours of 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. The route itself also passes by 3 graveyards, and the area is usually laden with heavy fog. It's genuinely disturbing if you allow yourself to be sucked into the ambulance. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Even though the sound of it might sound a bit atrocious or atrocious. Sasquatch story? I hope so, dude. It's genuinely okay. It's genuinely disturbing if you allow yourself to be sucked into the ambience. I drive a lot for my job, and for some reason, this road has always filled me with dread and anxiety, and that was before anything weird had happened on it. I'll detail my experience, and I haven't encountered anything supremely sparing. I'm gonna take my headphones off. I don't know if that helps or not. I'll detail my experience, and I haven't encountered anything supremely paranormal, so this sticks out. I guess most of you probably can't relate, but here's what happened. I somehow lost a few hours of my life. About a year ago was one of the first times I had traveled up to my buddy's house using this route. I wasn't confident with the roads yet, so I was blindly following Google Maps, which was telling me my journey was going to be about an hour and a half drive. I looked at the time, and it was around 7:30 p.m. and freshly dark outside. I loaded up some music and start the 90-minute trek. The first thing that catches me off guard is how secluded these roads are. This can't surely be the fastest way to my buddy's house. However, I follow the road the best I can and arrive at his place without any particular incidents. Overall, I ended up having a good time with my friend's family and chatted about the drive up. Everyone nods and agrees that it's definitely a trek, and my friend says, "I blew a tire on the drive once. Was stuck out there for an hour waiting for AAA, right in the middle of the woods next to a swamp. It's pretty creepy, man." The comment that I wasn't looking forward to the balls itch. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why. I had the headphones on and I'm like hearing the music that's like fucking, you guys hear like the creepy music. But for some reason, like in my fucking head, it's like distracting me, you know what I mean? It's keeping me from fucking like honing my fucking my eyeballs to the fucking paper, man. I comment that I wasn't looking forward to the drive back, but that I'll manage my way through. Because of how chaotic the drive felt, I didn't drink that night or do any drugs simply due to the unpredictability of the road. We all wind down for the night, and I state that it's about time to leave, about 2 a.m. or so. I say my goodbyes and get maybe too many well wishes, and I decide to lean into my fear. I don't know why. I guess it's the same reason why people go watch horror movies. I knew I was going to get spooked already, so I might as well enhance it. I load up one of those creepy stories YouTube videos that's like 3 hours long, partly because I don't have to pay attention to what video comes on next, but also because it helps me keep track of time. I knew the drive wasn't nearly 3 hours, so the length amount. If you're happy and you know it, it's your balls. If you're happy and you know it, it's your balls. If you're happy, you know, and you got a scritchy, show it. My local library system ended fines. The result, I have like 11 books out since March. Huh. Wonder why they ended fines. I guess maybe not enough people even rent books in the first place. I had a theory. So, with the people, with COVID, everybody was there's a lot of people a lot of different demographics that are missing out on 2 years of socializing, 2 years of, I don't know, typical progression within their adolescence or childhood or whatever the fuck. And I was thinking to myself that lately around or different places that I've gone and stuff that might have more of a larger student body, they have really fucking bad drivers lately. Like the worst I'd ever fucking seen. Like I told you the other day about how I was driving and it was going 40 through a light, and then some fucking idiot just randomly decided to take a left directly into me, and I had to swerve going 45 fucking miles an hour to not die and kill them too, and then kill the person behind me. I don't know, it could have been so fucking bad. But then a couple days after that, saw 2 people crash into each other. It wasn't a bad one, but then elsewhere I saw the aftermath of another fucking crash, and then my friend was telling me about how they literally came across a car crash, and fucking like had to be the first one to call 911 on the scene. Like it was that insane. And then more recently, I was driving down out of nowhere, and I'm driving down a road that doesn't have a stop sign. It's probably like 25 miles an hour through there, and all of a sudden some like car pulls up to the stop sign, but just does like a rolling stop and then just keeps going through to like make a left, like across me, you know what I mean? And I have to just fucking stop on my brakes just in the middle, and instead of them like continuing through like they were trying to book it, they fucking I don't even know, they fucking just like froze there. They literally froze like a little rabbit and were just like staring at me like and I'm just like, fucking move, doing the beebity baba, like my fingers are fucking pissed, beebity babity boobity bee, and like, oh my god, I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck. I think like during COVID, like that age of like kids who are now going to school now, I don't know, maybe they were indoors a lot or something, but they just didn't develop their like driving skills or some shit, and now everyone fucking sucks at driving. I don't know, everyone's like, it's weird, man. There's been so many fucking like almost like literally, yeah, like a deer in headlights. Silas Satterfield, that's a cool name with the 10. Says, love the channel, man. Keep me going through work. Thank you, Silas. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Bro, got those Detroit drivers. I don't know. I used to think that people weren't too bad about driving around here and shit and the surrounding areas, but dude, I don't fucking know. It's gotten so bad, like so fucking bad. Have you tried the new iOS 16 update on your phone? If so, do you like it? It's as complicated as people make it seem. I didn't update my phone. I hate fucking updating my phone because I swear to God, every time I do, it just automatically kills my battery life, which is the worst part. I remember I had this phone. I forget which iPhone it was, but I had this phone, and it was like such a fucking cool thing. I was like, I have 48 hours of battery life every time I use this, and I never have to worry about battery. And then as soon as I updated it, it just immediately was like planned obsolescence dog shit. Fucking needed to always have it on the charger. And then the new one I got, I thought would be good, but then that one just automatically, the battery's fucking shite. So stupid. Do my own horror story special. Yeah, I don't even know. It's your 32nd birthday tomorrow. Happy early birthday, Brittany. Or I guess it's going to be soon here, depending on where you're at. We got almost 15 minutes till midnight. Yeah, I don't even think I'm going to update my phone ever again. Fuck that shit. Wait, in Georgia, they didn't even make the kids take the driving test? Wait, did they change that for COVID? Or was it just like, that's how it is in Georgia? Bro, New Mexico drivers are the absolute worst. Before COVID, if you were just 18, you could get a license. So you have so many shitty drivers. That's so weird. Like, no practice, no driver's test. Just like, here's a fucking... I feel like that should definitely be illegal because it's like the roads are taxpayer roads, you know what I mean? So it's like to exist on there with other taxpayers, it's a liability to what they, technically created in a sort of roundabout fucking government waste sort of way. But yogurt. It's not iOS 16, it's iOS 15.7. Okay, perfect. UK weird name places. We have a road called T Junction, and it's literally called fucking. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. Oh yeah, and isn't it really bad? Like during winter, like people just slide and crash or some shit, or maybe it's. They changed it for COVID. That's so stupid. Like, what fucking lawmaker is like, well, seeing as everybody's been socially stunted, you know what we should do? Give them a 2,000-pound fucking killing machine and just let them roam free. That'll do it. Rather than taking like any sort of precautionary effort. Can you quack? Yep. It's the Wild West out there. I mean, technically, yes. I guess overall in the world, we do live in rule of the jungle, or what is it? Law of the jungle. You just gotta be careful. You gotta be ready. You gotta be defensive. You know what I mean? You really gotta just be prepared. Yeah, GTA IRL, motherfucker. And I hate how, like, some people, like, I don't know, take pride in their town being, like, just crime-ridden and fucking gang-filled, or, like, just terrible dry. Like, why would you ever be proud of that? You know what I mean? That's the worst thing ever. Alright. I knew the drive wasn't nearly 3 hours, so the lengthy amount of fear will keep me awake. I stop near an exit, get a coffee, and chug it down at a 24-hour convenience store and start the drive back down. The video works great. Random stories about skinwalkers and ghosts and spooky stuff like that. I'm pretty tired too, so my brain keeps telling me itself that I'm seeing stuff in the corner of my headlights. All part of the ambiance, I guess. I was honestly enjoying myself despite being creeped out. I get pretty invested in some stories, and while other ones I tune out and think about life. Eventually, chugging the coffee made its way through my system, so I pulled over to take a leak in the woods. I finish up, get back in the car, and start driving. I hit play on the video, but not even like 15 minutes later, the video cuts out. Thinking it's just poor reception, I check my phone to see if I lost internet connection. Instead, the video was over. It was at least 3 hours long, like 3 hours and 19 minutes or something. Startled and confused, my brain begins saying that I might have accidentally skipped later into the video or something. I looked at the time on my stereo, and it's after 5 in the morning. I had somehow been driving for the entire duration of the video. I checked the Google Maps to see if it took me somewhere else, but on the maps there literally was no other roads to take. No roads branched off or entered the route. It was just this one long snake-like road for at least an hour, and now Google Maps was saying that I'm still a half hour out from my home. I don't know what happened. I lost like 2 hours of time that night, with no explanation why. Route 149 has some serious bad vibes to it too. I'll also point out the town of Hillsborough is also generally a little off. It's not too distinct when you're there, but it seems to have a seedier underbelly. It doesn't seem to be different from any other small New England town, but it actually is far more sinister. It has one of the highest crime rates per capita of any New Hampshire community. Oh, fuck. The software on my iPod is no longer supported. Oh, shit. That's annoying. Oh, you love that. You still got a working operating machine, but then it's just like, sorry. Go buy your other shit for $1,000 fucking dollars. Portland, Maine, city of 60,000, normally one of the safest cities in the USA. 44 shootings thus far this year. Normal is 10 or under. Weird. I mean, I assume that there's probably some underlying variable that you could probably find, you know what I mean? Whether it's, I don't know, importing or like some change in like transportations between other locations, or maybe a rise in like a particular gang of sorts or something, or some change in like the police systems, or maybe even like statistical labeling changes as well. I don't know. I never answered your question. What was your silly little question? How many stories tonight? We got 10, I believe. And we're cruising through number 4. Yeah, drugs. Fucking drugs, dude. Drugs ruin everything, man. It doesn't seem to be any different from any other small New England town, but it actually is far more sinister. It has one of the highest crime rates per capita of any New Hampshire community. This includes the generally secluded and impoverished northern part of the state. For some reason, Hillsborough brings out the worst in its community. Long-time listener, one of my favorite story, the sleep pills. Oh yeah, I got you. I'm putting whoever makes Ambien, I'm putting them out of business, baby. You can just come talk to me. Look it up. 7 shootings unrelated this week alone. Unrelated, yeah. Who knows? Maybe the sun. Maybe there's a new sun activity that's making everyone... It's just rattling our brains with weird electromagnetic energy that makes everyone just instinctually more aggressive, like a monster. Amanda, peace out. Sleep toy. We smoking leaf. Well, obviously, like, I won't say weed is going to make anybody violent, but I have known people that have killed each other over weed, obviously, just because anything that you make illegal is going to lead to some type of crime, sadly. But it's not like I'm saying the weed makes them violent. It's just all the surrounding variables therein. Mercury retrograde, oh, that's a good song. I thought it was six planets. Well, I don't understand. Like, does astrology attempt to explain things through a magical sort of, like, language? Or do they try to explain it through actual science of what might be, I don't know, emitted from a planet or, like, an alignment of a planet? You know what I mean? Because the only way that astrology, the way people always talk about it, it just sounds like they're talking about like a religion, you know what I mean? Yeah, violently munch on snackos. On snackies. You joined the astrology segment. Perfect. Welcome. Time for me to lose my fucking mind. As Jupiter is in retrograde. Great. Astrology is very old. Yeah, but so is the fucking Bible and Islam, and even before that, fucking, you know, what various forms of Judaism, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like anytime I've ever seen anybody in here try to, like, defend astrology, they're like, well, it's not religious, but it is exactly like a fucking religion. And I'm going to use the exact same words that every other cult or religion has ever used to describe a religion. But it's not a religion, I swear. It's very much more ambiguous than that, with no specific characters in it or any sort of rules that I have to follow. But it certainly gives me meaning. Oh, that sounds familiar. Ryan Crowther with the 4 Canadian. Thank you, my friend. How much do I lift? Too much, bro. Too fucking much. Do I watch I don't know. I don't watch any astrology shit. I literally brought up the sun emitting electromagnetic energy, frying people's brain almost in like a jesting way, but it led to fucking... It's not a phase. It's not a fucking phase. How old usually means more BS. Well, there you go. I'm sorry. I'm just always in a defensive mood with astrology shit, just because, like, I swear to fucking God, people go so hard in on it, but, like, none of it, like, it's like nobody ever takes the time to, like, explain it or anything. I like casual astrology, but I don't treat it like fact or religion. I just like the stars and constellations. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty to look at, you know what I mean? And whatever gives you meaning in life, I don't really give a shit, you know? But I just hate how, like, in some ways, it's almost like, you know, veganism or some of the more militant fucking atheists, like, or people with certain political beliefs and stuff, they all kind of like mesh together in my mind with the way that they sort of present their points in like with a bunch of like logical fallacies, you know what I mean? And they're always just like slightly aggressive about it, you know what I mean? As if though you should just understand my perspective without me actually going into any sort of detail as to why I'm into it. Actually, I thought the same, where personality is caused by star pattern radiation on the newly developing fetus brain, creating random neuron patterns depending on the day of start. Now, that would be interesting. That would be much more interesting to me if they could somehow prove that our neuron patterns and spreads are... Yeah. See, then I would be into astrology. Show me some fetus brain maps that looks just exactly like the galaxy on the day that it forms, and I'm all on board. Let's get MIT on this shit right now. Hope you're having a spooky night. Thank you, Levi. Good to see you. Astrology is basically a belief that gravity and energies that radiate from the planets and constellations affect our moods, personalities, and basically predict patterns in the future. I get that in a once again in that sort of like ambiguous explanation, but I don't know. Maybe I just never put enough time in it to really see why people like, you know, they've got their like protractor out and a bunch of like, you know, papers like piled on top of each other on like sort of a projector board, like one of those old like 7th grade science fucking, you know, projectors. And I don't know, I just feel like one thing leads to another, and then all of a sudden you're, you know, naked and you don't remember what the hell happened. You gotta be careful, guys. Yeah, are birds real? Hello? Over the past few months, I have had a lot of time to sit and think about fishing, and have talked to a lot of people about fishing. One thing that has come up from time to time from people all over the coast that I talk to is some of the weirder sides of things that people have seen while out in the waters. From Maine to Jersey, there are spots that people fish that have reputations of being haunted. Well, I have one such story. First off, many years ago, my dad and I were fishing in an area of Rhode Island, and we experienced, well, something. We were driving down this old dirt access road that led through a thick cedar swamp area and down to a seldom-used campsite from which we were going to hike to our pool. As we were putting our waders on and gearing up, we both got this spooky feeling. It was hard to describe. I remember feeling panicky and scared, and my dad, who was never much for intuition or ever displayed any feelings really at all, said in a tone that I'd never heard before, "I don't feel right. Let's get out of here." We didn't even break the rods down. We just stuck them out the window and drove off fully geared up. I know it doesn't sound like much, but it was sort of profound. My dad brought it up a few times over the years, but to this day I've never experienced anything like it. It wasn't okay. Now, before I begin this story, here's a quick history fact. Back in the colonial days, there were people called wreckers. They would stand on beaches with lanterns and trick ships into running aground on the beaches, then loot the ship and kill anyone who survived on the beach. Afterwards, they dragged their bodies back to the water to make it look like they just died in the wreck. Well, one night on East Beach in Rhode Island, I was fishing with my father, and as we got down to the beach, we saw some odd drag marks with our lights in the sands. Knowing about the legend, we gave them a double look and then looked at each other and instantly knew what each other was thinking. After about a half hour of casting, we made our way back to the truck, and as we got to the parking lot, our German Shepherd started to act suspicious, if not scared. As we loaded up the truck with our gear, we saw a light coming out of the dunes, and right when we got a good look at it, my dad scoffed in disbelief and said that the light was an old 18th century lantern. My brain couldn't seem to wrap itself around what was happening until we saw 2 more lanterns as 4 people walked out. No, they weren't on the beach. We were alone the entire time. At that point, we just threw everything in the bed, picked up our now growling dog and put him in the truck and blasted out of there. As we backed out, our lights went right over to the people and we got a real good look at them, and they just looked dirty and I don't know how else to describe this. It looked sinister, evil. It really freaked us out. I've seen other weird things out in the water, but this one is something that really stuck with me. Are you doing a Halloween special episode? Yes. Stay tuned. October is going to be filled with all sorts of spooky Halloween content. And actually next Wednesday will be, I believe, the premiere of the like full live action acted out story that I'm narrating with the Dark Echoes YouTube channel. So that'll be at the beginning of next Wednesday's Reddit story video. So that'll be sick. I love to dangle my worm. Who up dangling they worm? When I die, I'm gonna run to my brother, or I'm gonna have to walk around clapping like Jake. Who's Jake? Jaking off. I think that nothing happens after death, and that makes me feel pretty happy, honestly. Like, this life sucked, why would I want to live forever in the afterlife, or what have you? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not really, I guess, so much about wanting it to happen. It just simply does happen, you know what I mean? Mr. Schick. Always making a cookie mistake. Jaking from State Farm. Nothing leads me at all except what I've experienced, and that's what I go with. There you go. I think that's the most logical way to approach life sometimes, is just follow your gut, you know what I mean? Hey, would you do a really long narration with Mr. Creeps and a few others? Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you needed me for a role on something, I've worked with Mr. Creeps a few times, I believe, in the past. How do you say caramel? Sometimes I would say caramel, caramel. That'd be funny to name your kid Caramel. Hey, Caramel. Actually, that'd be kind of a sick name, to be honest. I wish I was named Caramel. Crichton of Red Dwarf made a funny statement about afterlife religion for humans versus Silicon Heaven. Crichton is an android servant. Who is that? Oh, like he was an A, like came up with AI thoughts and... Wait, what? Joel is anyway related with Andrew Tate? There's no way. Yeah, Andrew Tate is my son. I made him in a lab. I jizzed into a sock and all of a sudden he just like fucking came out one day. Prepare to be red-pilled, bro. I'm starting a podcast like my daddy. How do you say pecan? I think I would say pecan, but pecan. If I'm saying the pecan, like, I wouldn't say pecan pie. I would say pecan pie. But if I'm picking up the nut itself, if I'm nutting, as they say, I would say, give me a pecan. Your stripper name is Cinnamon? That's fucking sick. So is mine, so hey. We're gonna have copyright issues soon. Red Dwarf is a British comedy like The Young Ones or Monty Python, but set in space as a sci-fi comedy. That's cool. I like British humor. They are some funny mother hackers. How about that Andrew Tate parody by Meat Canyon, huh? I don't think did I see that? Oh, yeah. He gave birth to a bunch of babies and stuff. That was funny. That was so funny. I don't even know what the big, like, I wasn't really paying attention to, like, the Andrew Tate saga. It's almost like, I swear to God, like, YouTube goes through different phases or, like, sagas, kind of like Dragon Ball Z. You know, there's, like, the Cell saga, Majin Buu, Frieza, and then there's Andrew fucking Tate. And I feel like the internet just, like, arbitrarily chooses, like, someone that they want to hate for the day, for their 2 minutes hate. And they're like, that guy, he's fucking bald, wearing sunglasses, not a fan, not a fucking fan at all. But I wasn't really paying attention to anything he said, so I don't really know. But I will say that I feel like from what I've gathered, the energy that he presented, in my mind, it didn't seem like anything, you know, novel, in the sense that it didn't seem like it was something new or extraordinary that he was saying that, like, both would entice anybody or really even enrage anybody. You know what I mean? In the sense that it's just like, you would assume that everyone who's ever been on the internet ever after the year 2002 or something would at this point have seen everything, experienced everything, heard everything, and just not really feel any sort of visceral emotional response to anything. And that's why it's always really weird to me whenever they find, like, a new person to be mad at, you know what I mean? Because it's just like, is it because you're bored? Is it because, like, our, like, monkey brains in our head just kind of, like, need somebody to be the anime villain for the day? You know what I mean? Like, and it's not, like, in any way agreeing with whoever, I don't even fucking know, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it seems like, it just seems boring, you know what I mean? It seems boring to just even, like, put any time or energy in, like, essentially you're like the characters that you dislike on the internet, you're almost like giving them more power by, like, giving them attention, you know what I mean? It just generates more buzz for them, more, like, energy. It's like a demon, you know what I mean? If you, like, constantly are, like, gonna be afraid of a demon, you're just gonna make the demon stronger, you know what I mean? $704? Wait, how did we get to 704 viewers out of nowhere? Where'd you guys come from? I thought we were at, like, 400. Well, I think the weirdest thing to me about canceling, even though it is what it is, but, like, I mean, everybody, in many ways, you cancel somebody every day. You know, you don't want to watch a certain new person. That's a micro cancel. That's the new term. # micro cancel, where you micro cancel your subscription to Netflix, or you micro cancel. Well, I guess you would literally cancel your Netflix subscription, but you know what I mean? Like, unsubscribing. It's a little micro cancel thing. But I always, like, I don't know. I look at the people that sort of, like, generate these like, generate the buzz around the new evil person, the new Cell Saga individual on the internet. You know, the new evil anime man or woman, whoever. It's just like, it's weird because I don't know who's worse, them or, like, the sort of parasitic individuals within those sort of drama communities who, like, they generate advertising revenue and clickbait nonsense just because they want to elicit a visceral emotional response from you by getting you involved in the little sort of like circle of hate, you know what I mean? And all it really does in their mind, they don't really actually give a shit, you know what I mean? They don't really give a shit about the person they're saying that they have some sort of moral qualm with of what they did. They are secretly and subconsciously, and maybe they even trick their own mind into thinking that they're somehow benevolent. In reality, what they're doing is just subconsciously gathering, advertising dollars from you, sort of in some roundabout way, you know what I mean? And to them, even though they see someone that like upsets them on the internet or disagrees with them or maybe is morally reprehensible in a sort of like wider societal sense, in many ways they're actually just fucking like drooling. Like those drama channels are just drooling at the fucking bit, you know what I mean? Oh my god, Andrew Tate. They're actually, those like people like Ethan Klein is like, they're fucking Andrew Tate's biggest fan. Like actually Andrew Tate's biggest fan, because in their minds they're like, yes, clickbait, relevancy, words that I get to say about this fucking person. Oh my god, finally. It's like, they're Goku, dude. They're freaking Goku, dude. Sitting there training and ready. But they're actually just like looking, they're actually like more like maybe they're more like the CIA, just like setting the explosives themselves. The Andrew TED Talk. This is a TED Talk. Oh yeah. Bitches love drama. They do. Oh, it was at 704, now it's down to 572. Everyone left. I said something upsetting and now everyone died. He should have just been ignored out of existence. Well, there you go. That's how you win stuff. That's how you really defeat somebody. You just ignore it, Joel, you're feeding the same demon right now. We need world peace. Good point, Tony. You know what we need? We need spooky stories from 4chan. That's what we need. How do you feel about creepypastas that are different stories that are actually connected? I think it's a cool thing. Kind of like the, like the SCP, Secure, Contain, Protect. Thoughts on Kendrick Lamar? I like Kendrick Lamar. I haven't been a huge fan of, I think, of his last 2 albums, but his first big one was awesome. And then like I really, really, really liked To Pimp a Butterfly. Right? Yeah, that was it called, because it was like this like sort of interconnected like jazz project. You know what I mean? That was like, there was like an overarching poem that connected the whole thing. And God, it was so pretty. You know what I mean? The whole thing was just really, really fun to listen to. Any Whovians? What's a Whovian? We need hugs and beard scratches from... I'm hugging all of you simul-frickin-taneously. I had to tell Pierce Morgan today to grow up. Did you talk to Pierce Morgan? Isn't he on television? Was he live streaming, or did you see him on the train or some shit? On the tube. We saw him on the tube. Thoughts on Mr. Nightmare? I love Mr. Nightmare. He's kind of like, he was the OG of the true scary story stuff, and I think a lot of us owe him in some ways like a nice handshake or kiss on the cheek, maybe even the butt cheek, because we sort of saw that as a trend that did well, and we followed along and found a nice, beautiful fan base in all of you. Well, no, I'm not. Jesus Christ, Jay. I think you got me. I think you got my point about Andrew Tate misconstrued there. I'm not defending the guy, because once again, I think I made it pretty clear I don't even know who he is earlier. And maybe I got the thing mixed up. Yeah, you seem to have a lot more context as to what his situation was, but I was making a separate point. Franklin Roosevelt, thank you for the 20. This is Andrew's taint. There you go. There you go. We said the mean thing. Everything okay now. Are you the same creator of Year Maker? I've been in love with your content for years. I am not the same creator as Year Maker. But we do get told we are doppelganger voices many, many a time. And that gentleman is a good gentleman. But thank you again, Franklin. Alright. I will never weigh in on literally anything ever again out of fear of losing subscriber. Because of people's inability to understand the context in which something is being said. I will only be a reading bot from now on. I will have no thoughts or feelings or concepts or musings or words to ever be said. You got a new Citizens Watch from Ross's? Let's fucking go, bro. Hello, X. Once upon a time, my mother and I went to an antique mall in Georgia, and I found myself immediately drawn to two paintings. The paintings were illustrations of what appeared to be two children, one boy and one girl. Their eyes were bulbous, but there didn't seem to be anything malevolent about them. If anything, I thought their slight cartooniness was unique. According to the dealer, they were painted in the 1950s, but other than that, not much is known about them. I had just graduated high school, so my mom bought them for me as a gift since I liked them so much. We named the girl Kit and the boy Chip. They were given to me in 2011, but I wasn't able to hang them up until 2013 since I was living with my aunt until that point. As soon as I hung them up in the new apartment, my roommate and some of my friends would comment on how creepy they seemed, the boy in particular. Our first night in the apartment, my roommate and I heard a crash coming from the living room. She inspected the area, but she didn't see anything knocked over. She slept in my room that night, and after that, I left the light above the paintings on because for some strange reason, something in my brain kept telling me that they are only kids and they might be afraid of the dark. I know it sounds completely insane, but it just... Ooh! Now that... dono is insane. Sheesh! D Shore with the big twerkable amount. 30, thank you so much. Swamp Dwelly is here too. Perfect freaking timing, my bud. My bud. Hello, my bud. What's poppin', my dude? Thank you again, D Shore. Thank you guys so much. When making a new universe for writing, start with, and little did he know the planet was big in the window, and he knew he had little time to escape. Moist in the chat, just absolutely dripping from his stinky swamp. Swamp Dweller, have you ever had an interaction with an actual alligator down there in the swamplands? Swamp sniffer. My bud, my bra. Oh yeah, this is where I was. Dude, the internet's such a weird place. Like, it's such a strange, like, concept, you know what I mean? Because, like, so many, you know, you kind of make, you know, me being, like, you know, making my life and living here on YouTube and the internet and stuff, it's, like, such a strange thing to kind of, like, peruse the internet, see what the big hubbub of stuff is right now. See, like, people losing their fucking minds over things. And then, like, if you think to yourself, you just, like, if you walked up to, like, I don't know, say there's, like, a 50-year-old woman, maybe a 60-year-old woman, maybe your grandma or something, you walk up to them and you're like, Grandma, do you know who, Markiplier is? Markiplier did some crazy stuff today. I heard about it on Twitter. And you know, grandma were like, what the fuck are you even talking about, boy? You know, it just like goes to show you that like really like all of the little sort of like circle of ideas and concepts and weird swirly things that you see every day on the internet, and the fact that they kind of just like come and pass like a, you know, a vapor fart out of your ass, like, you know what I mean? Like none of it, especially within like the more tangible reality that surrounds you, matters at all. Other than Let's Read and Swamp Dweller. JT with the 5 says, I got muted for that? I'm a fan for 7 years to say one thing and you rub me the wrong way and get muted? Wait, what happened? I didn't mute you, buddy. But thank you for the 5. Maybe it's the mods. I don't know. Sometimes they take liberties, but no, it's okay, buddy. You're allowed to, you are absolutely allowed to voice your opinion here. I am a open book, my friend. And I apologize for the muting. I didn't do it though. Also, JT, let me just say, you didn't really voice your opinion. You just said that you're out of here and you're pissed, and then I responded to your pissed opinion, so it wasn't like... And also, I feel like I didn't really like start any negative thing. I think you're the one still existing in the negative energy, so... you know... Let's just exist in the positive energy, man. Once again, I wanted to point out, me weighing in on, like, you know, people frothing at the mouth at drama occurring doesn't indicate that I know anything about said drama. It's just that it was more speaking on the fact that, like, those particular things, for example, are just like, you think nobody would really be impressed by them at this point. Like, they would just be like, oh, so-and-so's like a fucking dirt bastard piece of crap, says bad stuff. It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure how to have a conversation right now. You ignored it all till I got to the point of saying, hey, this is kind of dangerous. What is kind of dangerous, bro? I literally don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, man. You've been talking well, Joel. Okay, man, I don't know what you're saying. There's 1,000 words that pop up on a fucking screen at one time. I can't exist in your world, your singular viewpoint where you are the center of your own world at all times, and you would be under the presumption that me existing next to you would be me paying attention to everything you're saying, but I can't absorb all 600 people's like individual thoughts all at one time. It's impossible. So I don't even know the context of what you're upset about. My thoughts on Nature Temper and Dr. Creepin, they're awesome, dude. I think their voice, I love their accents. Fucking amazing voices. Joy, are you drunk? No, I don't know, what the fuck am I doing? What did I do wrong, guys? Why am I such a bad guy all of a sudden? I'm just evil. I'm on the chopping block, bro. Alright. Do I play Animal Crossing? I played it for like 2 days, but it was very boring to me, and I apologize. You know, I was definitely more the Doom because Doom came around, so I was more into Doom a little bit, and I thought it was kind of frustrating. Like, I played it and I was like messing with it, and I kind of wanted to grind it out, you know what I mean? But then it was like, hey, don't forget to go outside. Don't forget to go outside. And I was like, I don't want to fucking go outside, Nintendo. And listen here, Nintendo. Yeah, I miss when Joel was actually a good guy, didn't punch babies, wasn't a big stinker pants, getting micro canceled. It's so funny though, like, dude, like, just imagine 10 years in the past right now. Just think in your head, what was I doing 10 years ago? Now imagine 10 years in the future, right? What am I doing 10 years from now? Now imagine right now. None of it fucking matters, bro. None of it matters. Alright, anyways. Devoured Eagle, thank you for the 50 MX dollars. Says, Gio, do you know who Steven Russell? You should check him out as Garrett from the Thief series. You definitely remind me of him narrating the game. Interesting. I don't think I've heard of them before. Joel, something came in the mail today. What did you get, Swampy? You've been getting into those racing simulator setups with Forza. Found out about simulator mode and was a wrap. That's sick. I always thought that would be dope, getting a full like setup. What would you do for $10, Joel? You don't even want to know, my friend. You don't even want to know. I know it sounds completely insane, but it just felt right to do so. I turned it on facetiously. What is this word? Oh, facetiously. Look at me. I'm the smartest guy. I'm the smartest reader in town. You guys like my 8th grade reading level? I turned it on facetiously, yet, like I said, it was also partially an instinct. Spookily enough, it seemed to work. No more loud crashes. There were maybe 1 or 2 incidents after that, and the next year we lived there. My roommate and I moved into a new place with my boyfriend and a couple of other roommates a little over a year ago. Since we moved in, Kit and Chip have been left in the hallway, the back of their portraits turned to everyone else. I've been trying to get someone to help me hang them up since I don't have the tools myself, but the roommates have always been reluctant to help. I suppose I could have hung them up myself, but I guess I didn't want to hang them up and have to deal with everyone telling me how creepy they look. It took, wait. The Twisted Technician with the 10 says, hey Joel, hope you're having a great night. I'm a tad baked right now, huh? That's awesome. Thank you so much, Twisted, for the 10. Appreciate you. You're in 8th grade, you're reading at a college. Oh, look at that. Look at me. Look at me. Looking at words and saying them. It is kind of weird, like, to think, like, at some point we had to learn what the letter Y was, and then the letter E, and then the letter A, and then the letter H. And then we had to learn what it means to put them together. And then we had to learn how to, like, almost, without even like seeing the full word, just instantly like process that in our brain and then calculate sentences just incredibly quickly and communicate these little symbols to each other, these little squiggles on the screen, these little squigs. This is probably to say, ooh, woo, you're so mature for your age. Definitely not. Ooh, boo. Wait, did we learn in that order? I don't even know. I didn't learn anything, honestly. I never learn. I just never learn. I took it a little personally since they were paintings I picked out, and frankly, I still find them to be kind of cool. Anyway, despite these being somewhat new apartment buildings, there have been some unexplainable occurrences. There was one night my boyfriend and I were staying up, just chatting in the dark. In the middle of our pillow talk, we hear what sounds like someone hitting their foot against his acoustic guitar. He leaves his guitars everywhere on the floor, so it's hard to avoid tripping over them sometimes. I turn on my lamp to check around the guitar to see if maybe something fell off my bed on top of it, but I didn't see anything near it. On top of that case and a few other things, my roommates seem to have had a few experiences of their own in the house. One of them has a cat, and she on the folk. Joe Cajun with the 5. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. I never add H to yeah, it's always yeah for me. I wonder what the official writing is. I assume it's with the H, right? But I wonder if he went into a dictionary if like Y-E-A would be officially okay. What does senpai mean? Yeah, I do live under a rock. I think it's like an anime thing, right? Like you're, like, I think it's from the perspective of a female protagonist in an anime, and there's like a maybe like older boy in class, and it's like someone they admire but also have a crush on, and they call them senpai, and they just never get noticed by senpai. Or it's like an actual type of pie with pecans and pecans. I forget. Alexa, what's up? Hey ya. You want to hear Joel read Lovecraft? Dude, Lovecraft is like one of my favorite fucking shit to read. I don't know what it is, but whenever I'm like reading Rudcraft, when I'm reading Minecraft, senpai actually means upperclassman? Okay. I need to upgrade my weeb levels. Senpai is upperclassman. Kohai is lowerclassman. Okay. Learn something new every day. Burning all the villagers. Trogdor, please be careful with those villagers. Oh my god, what am I even talking about? Please read with us sometime? How do I read with you? Yes, official is H, but I said screw that since childhood. Yeah, fuck it. Over 9,000. His weeb levels are over 9,000. His weeb levels. Also can't sleep. How are you? I'm good. I actually feel bad now because of I've argued with someone in chat, and I don't like arguing with someone in chat, and then one of the mods banned them. I'm sorry. If they're still here listening, I'm sorry that happened. One of them has a cat. One of them has a cat, and she and the other friend that share a room frequently notice the cat's attention to a particular corner of the room, no matter how many times they snap their fingers or try to get its attention. Also, about 2 weekends ago, my boyfriend and I went to a convention out of town, and according to my roommates, apparently one of the nights that they were gone, one of them thought that they heard something fall over in our room. Of course, the cat was suspected, but I know that it's just because they turned off all the lights. Other than the paranormal experiences, it seemed that all of us here deal with a somewhat constant stream of bad luck since moving into this apartment. There isn't really a lot of concrete evidence, but that isn't why I'm posting today. I was actually wondering what your feelings are when you look into the paintings. Do you feel creeped out like my friends? Or do you feel like you need to protect them like me? Either way, we have decided for tonight to at least let them show up. Or actually, I guess he was silenced. He's not banned. And I apologize. I just saw that it popped up like as he was talking. But that's the thing, is that like it's really difficult to have like if someone gets heated about something, which isn't often, I don't think, in chat, but when someone gets heated about something, I think it's really difficult for me if like you can't really have like a discussion with someone who's upset, especially in the chat format, you know what I mean? It just you know, so there's just like no, like there's no ability to like have that, because at the same time I have no idea who the person really is. Like if they're like, it could just be a kid, you know what I mean? I'm literally arguing with a fucking kid in my chat about nothing, about some douchebag on the internet. Not them, but the fucking person that we were contextually speaking of. Either way, we have decided for tonight to at least let them show face up. What's this? Show face up. Either way, we have decided for tonight to at least let them show face up in the kitchen. Why can't I say this? Either way, we have decided for tonight to at least let them show face up in the kitchen. Either way, we have decided for tonight to at least let them show face up in the kitchen. We will hang them up tomorrow when we don't have to worry about waking the neighbors with the hammering. Maybe the little bit of attention will appease them. What even happened? Oh, just like minor. There's a picture? Oh. Yikes. I opened up the picture and I like instantly felt a little uneasy looking at it. I guess I'll have to include that in the video so you guys can feel creeped out. Galactic bitch with a 5. Ooh, oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. O'Reilly's auto farts. Bam. Isn't it funny, like, having a good ditty for your whatever will really get stuck in your head. Do I have moderators? Yeah, I got moderators. You're always curious what I look like. I mean, that's a natural thing to ponder because you can't see me. You know, there's some streamers that I'd watch on Twitch and shit like that, and they're like, they don't have a camera, so you're like, ooh, oh my god, what do they look like? If only I could see the face, and then I could create a full picture in my head so I feel nice and secure about it. Not saying that that's what you're doing, but that's how I feel. You got your fair share of arguments online where I'm like, why am I doing this? Trolling is always fun. Yeah, that's like on Reddit. Reddit is the weirdest place to get into arguments because you just can't, like, there's no winning. Like I tend to be someone on Reddit, if I get in an argument with someone, to just be like, all right, man, no, I hear you. Anyways, have a good day. Peace out. And then they don't say anything because they're like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Usually people tell me to jump off a bridge. You're kind. I don't like that. I look like Danny DeVito, but even shorter. Yeah, I'm like Danny DeVito, but like the size of a basketball and the shape of one. Oops. Also, isn't it weird too? What's that one theory about like most of the internet is just comprised of like AI bots, and it's just like most of the comments and comment sections are just like brigaded by bots to like, I don't even know, dissuade people from certain like dissenting opinions, and like you could be arguing for hours online with just like some fucking artificial intelligence and stuff. It's just weird. Trying to tell you I look like Igor. We don't care. We all still watch and enjoy yours. Thank you, Roger. The plane, sir, the plane. Klaus Damon with a 4 months. Joel, you the man. Can't wait for 1 million subscribers. I know it's gonna be Liddy friggin' titty. Yeah, the dead internet theory. Have you been to Ohio before? Yeah, I've been to Ohio. Not in a long time, but I don't really recall anything too exciting there, though. I feel like it was a lot of just strip mall. Rosalie with the sound. I'm never trying to blame Joe. It hurt me to see people calling out bots. Well, that's not. Well, that's the thing. Is like, that's not what I said. So I don't really know. Once again, arguing with someone online here, like, not understanding what I'd said. It seems to be a misconstruing of stuff. But thank you for the 10, and I apologize if you felt that way. I don't fucking know, dude. At this point, I wasn't saying so and so was as bad as so and so because once again, like I said, I didn't have the context of the person. I was just using that as an example of like, I don't know, bro. Like this reminds me of like a Reddit fucking argument. Back in my rural hometown of northern Ontario, the kids used to talk about a game teenagers would play called the graveyard game. The local graveyard was far away from the town, down a dirt road, and was split into 2 sections. Many of the gravestones were very old, and there weren't many that... I'm a super advanced AI content creator. You know, when you find out that that's the truth, I still wonder if you guys will still subscribe to me when you know that I'm just made up. That was me apologizing. Okay, Rosalie. Thank you. Moving on. Appreciate ya. Okay? And I just want to clarify that I appreciate you. Okay, thank you. AO Shooter with the 2 says, Joel, you don't even know if any of us are real. I know, exactly. I could be arguing with myself right now. This is how it came across without the context, and then I'm sorry, I did not mean to. Oh, no worries. See, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Like me weighing in on something. Well, the thing is like I was weighing in on something in a really abstract, like nuanced concept that was external from that particular specific context. Like I was weighing on like the drama community as a whole, but using that as an example of like how they feel towards certain things. You know what I mean? Like looking at like characters like Keemstar, not to like harp in too hard on him, but I mean like in a way, individuals like that sometimes portray this sort of moral arbiter high ground where they, you know, are presenting some sort of story to inform the people, similar to like how the conventional media might work, but in many ways they have no actual like sort of moral compass within themselves to even realize the hypocrisy therein, that they're capitalizing on advertising money on the said exposure of, you know, yada yada drama, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the thing that I was honing in there, not actually knowing specifically about the individual that I was saying. But I thought I clarified that earlier in the thing, but I can understand why that one might get misconstrued. So once again, I apologize to you, you apologize to me. We moving on, baby. That's how life goes, man. We're friends, we're homies. You just get it done. And yeah, you know what? And later, I'm gonna look into that individual and see what all that was about. Because I feel like sometimes it's like, I remember listening to a Kanye West album. What was it? Graduation, I think. What was the one? Yeah, the final. Not the final one, but I remember Graduation. I listened to that like a year after everyone had already listened to it, and it became like one of my favorite albums for at least 2 weeks. Galactic Bitch with the 2 says, can give Pradeep a boop if he is nearby. He is not, and I don't see him anywhere. Someone has stolen my fucking cat. Help! Many of the gravestones were very old, and there weren't many that were later than the 50s. Most families would have their dead laid to rest in a larger graveyard closer to the nearest city. The graveyard's perimeter was surrounded by an old wooden fence from decades ago, all rotten and full of nails. There were 2 old metal road gates. Whoops. You getting married on Sunday, Jen? Congratulations. So did I with the Kanye album. I didn't get the hype until later. Yeah, and that's kind of how, like, I'm usually late to memes too. Like, I don't even know what meme was. Oh yeah, like the one with the dude with he's who pondering they orb, like that one. I was like probably 2 weeks too late on that fucking meme, to the point where it was like, okay, we get it, it's fucking dead, you know. But like, I was seeing it at that time in very boomer-esque fashion, and yeah. AMC has free popcorn for shareholders. I bet they do. There were 2 old metal road gates on each section of the graveyard, and the only way in would be to hop the fence or the gate. Beyond the fence was a large gravel pit, overgrown with roughage and usually filled with trash and other debris. We would always hear stories of older kids and young adults with nothing better to do than play the graveyard game. Many were obviously fairy tale stories told by kids, but there were some cases that took place years ago and actually had some validity. Missing people, mysterious cover-ups, and whatnot. They always said that the game could work in any graveyard in any town, but it just originated in our area. The game must be played on a night with a bright moon. If there is no moon to light up the surroundings, the game will not start at all. The game would begin by a person walking to the graveyard while the sun is still out. There could be more than one person, but apparently it wouldn't work with larger groups. The person or people would stand in the middle of the larger section of the graveyard and wait until the sun goes down. They have to watch the sunset until it is completely gone and dusk has settled. At some point, the sky would grow darker and darker, and the game participants would have to decide a good time to start singing the game's song. If the singing began too early, the game wouldn't work at all, and if it began too late, the rest of the game would be delayed and you would have to wait much longer. The song you would have to sing was always a little bit different, but it was more or less a chant that sounded kind of like the tune to Ring Around the Rosie. Something like, bones hopping daisies, they're a little crazy. Rip and crunches, the sun went down. Wait, how does ring around the rosy, posy, rips and crunches, the sun went down. Oh, okay. See, I want to get it like at least phonetically similar. Your wedding stories video is one of the best narration I've ever seen in a long time. Oh, thank you, MH97. Thank you. I appreciate that. Watch the Boomer Talker, I'll leave too. Yeah, no, it's all good. I think that's my problem too, is like sometimes I'll even read messages and like I will honestly say that my reading comprehension as a person, even though literally my name is Let's Read, I would say my reading comprehension is probably like a solid 69% accurate. To the point where I'll like glaze over people's stuff, and then because it's not like a human being saying it directly to me, my interpretation of those words in like a really quick momentary glance of what's being said is just like complete. Sometimes it'll be in like a fucking left field, and then I might be offended by that and be like, what the heck? But then, you know, they might. So anyways, be listening till old as fuck. Let's do it. Yeah, you guys should listen to me until I'm dead. Will you guys promise me that? Will you guys promise to listen to me till I'm dead? And then all of a sudden I hear a knock at my door. Time has come, Let's Read. Your audience made a promise. Maybe you're just bored. Dude, I'm always bored. I'm bored as fuck. That's what I'm gonna do from now on. When I'm bored during chat, I'm just gonna start wrestling with you guys about something. Narrate this. It was a dark, slimy worm inside his nose, so I pulled my finger out. The strange man asked me, "What the fuck are you doing?" That was the last time I decided to pick a stranger's nose. I think the inability to know people's tones in the text message is the cause of a lot of misunderstandings. Will be okay. Exactly. That's huge. I was terrible at that, you know, especially like because I didn't get into like, you know, texting people and shit till like later high school. At least like having a phone readily available and just using it socially all the time. So it was like definitely difficult to pick up on the scones. Do you remember Unit's wedding stories a few years ago? I don't, no. I don't even remember, yeah. Did you watch last week's UFC fight? I don't think so. I haven't seen UFC fights in so long. Who was it, though? Hey, Chris Nopolis, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome Amber, AO Shooter, Klaus, no, not Klaus, sorry, well, Klaus is already in it. Amalia, Sydney, and April D, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You guys now have access to bonus content. Better binge it while you can. Until death do us part. You should make your background a black screen so I can listen to these on my TV while I sleep. A lot of people have asked me to do that. And there's like this weird part of me, and I guess like YouTube does have videos with like black screens, but I was thinking, I wonder if I could just like dim the screen or something. I don't know. Mischievous dog. But yeah, be sure to thank Christ Nopolis. How do I say that? Can you phonetically write that out for me, Christ Nopolis? Because I feel bad. I feel like I'm always saying it wrong. 40 in November 5th. Well, happy early birthday, Trogdor. How does it feel? How do you feel at 40? You feel healthy, happy? Did you get your colonoscopy yet? You can change the brightness on your TV. There you go. Yeah, you could change the brightness on your TV. That would figure. Fix some things. Desire Rodriguez, thank you. And welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. And Love Hate 699. Love Hate, you are the one who in every video says nut at the beginning. I know that profile picture. Scones. You're the one that says nut in every video, right? With the heart. Because I love that comment. It's like, oh, it's like a staple in my life. Every time I check comments on the first wave of reactions, Love Hate is right there with a nice little nut. You got gifted in the cult. Welcome, welcome. Everyone's received their letter like fucking Hogwarts. Yes, that's awesome. 40 feels like every other age since 32. Okay, cool. I'm 32, and I guess I've reached my prime. And I will never change. 42, November 6th, no colonoscopy yet. Better do it. Better get it done so they can... I think cancer usually a lot of cancers start in the bowel, so it's good to get it, screened, so that you can be afraid forever and die, sadly. No, I'm just kidding, but I don't know, I think it's a good thing to do. Rhett Rasmussen, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. 32 is the new 40, exactly. Like, as soon as I turned 30, everybody looked at me like I was 40. And as soon as I turn 40, everyone's gonna look at me like I'm Nosferatu. It's all the same till you turn 60? Interesting. Joelbot 9001 can't die because he's a bot. This is true. Would dying be so bad? I don't think so. I just think it's the process of dying is a pain in the ass. You know what I mean? Because I was saying the other day, I think I told you in the stream, like there was a video of this 90-year-old man who every day he wakes up and he has to have his family remind him where he's at. Axeman, dude, okay. Axeman's here. Everyone say congratulations to Axeman. He just got married, and I'm very, very happy for him. Someone else is getting married someone else said they're getting married this weekend, but Axeman did get married this past weekend or days, and it's freaking sweet, dude. Something like bones hopping daisies, they're a little crazy, rips and crunches, the sun went down. And it had to be sung very slowly and drawn out. At this point, the participant stops standing and sits down, waiting for the next cue. After a while, a high-pitched scream should be heard somewhere off in the distance. Some say it sounds like an old woman, while some say it doesn't even sound like a person at all since it's too shrill. You then have to wait 30 minutes after the scream is initially sounded off, then you can go with the rest of the game. Fuck. Have you ever done with anything Mr. Creepypasta? If so, if you do, tell him I want another horror in the vault. What's a horror in the vault? Is that kind of like Disney's in the vault? Also, that's one, honestly, I've never actually gotten to work with Mr. Creepypasta. I wonder if he would want to do that with me. This is me. I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm poking my two fingers together. I'm poking my two fingers together, and hopefully he wants to do a collaboration. Hannah, are you drunk? What the hell? Hannah took some ayahuasca, and she's seeing fucking Jesus. He's there. He was riding on a broom or a magic carpet or something. Vodka is so different than wine. Yeah, who would have guessed, Hannah? Welcome to Russia. You then have to wait 30 minutes after the scream is initially sounded off. Then you can go on with the rest of the game. Once the 30 minutes has passed, man, I'm fucking off. You have more good news. What's the good news? Once the 30 minutes have passed, shout something along the lines of, "What time is it, my dear neighbor?" If you got all the timing correct up until this point, the rest of the game should commence normally. You should see a white dot far off in the distance in the small section of the graveyard. After several minutes, the dot should start to get bigger and bigger until you can make out to the rest of the body. A figure in what appears to be a black suit with pale white skin and an oversized, swollen, bald, round head appears. The whole face is incredibly deformed to fit the unnaturally round head, leaving a very small forehead and very wide eyes. Once you see the figure, you can stand up again, and don't sit down. If you sit down, you lose the game and, well, based on the missing person stories, you can simply imagine what happens if you do that. You have to stand still and try not to move around too much. Keep your eyes on the figure. Over the course of an hour, it will slowly approach you, so slowly that it will almost appear like it's not even moving. You will eventually be able to make out more details as it gets closer, but don't take your eyes off of it for more than a minute. If you do, you might lose the game. Once it gets to the fence separating the What? This chat is so chaotic. Dude, I don't know. I like YouTube chat, honestly. But it's strange because, like... Oh, also, Susan Ackerman. Welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. You're 17 weeks pregnant, Christina. Congratulations. Collab with me? You're gonna ship me to California mail order bride style. I guess you could spell it mail order like M-A-L-E order bride. Mail order groom. Can we read Kiwi Farms stories? What's Kiwi Farms? I never heard of it. I don't normally read instructions for assembling furniture, but if I send to you, will you read it back to me? I don't think so. I remember putting together fucking my cat tree. And it's not even that good of a cat tree, because he only uses it to get to the window, so he can get up to the window. So it's pretty much just like a overpriced set of steps or a chair. And like, dude, I swear to God, putting that fucking thing together was like, I don't even know, putting together a goddamn Gundam. It was just like way too fucking complicated. Like multiple parts had to be connected at once and held in perfect alignment, while, you know, Jupiter was in its highest fucking credence, as the astrologists say. And then you got to get an Allen wrench, but it's got to be made of fucking crystals. Some crazy shit, dude. Once it gets to the fence separating the sections, it will stay at the fence until you shout, "Come on in, my dear neighbor." Now, this time, you must close your eyes for it to cross over. Shut them tight for only 30 seconds, but keep your head in its direction. Once it is over the fence and on your side, it should be noticeably close to you, but maintain eye contact for the next part of the game. Noises will start to sound off in the surrounding forest, rustling, high-pitched squeaks and squeals, and you must concentrate on the noises directly behind you, and again, if you turn your head away from the pale figure, you lose the game. So no matter what, do not look behind you or turn away. You will hear sounds of scraping behind you and fabric tearing. Fuck. Do I use a voice maker? No, what's that? Is that one of those things, like it looks like a microphone, but you sing karaoke into it and it's sounds like you're singing into a bowl? If you listen to country songs backwards, your truck gets fixed, your wife returns, and you get your job back. Yeah, exactly. That's how it should be. Question, do you think cats are pets, or are we their pets? I don't know. I mean, Pradeep has me pretty well conditioned on a few different things that he does. Like, whenever he wants fed, he'll walk up to me, and then I'll stand up, and then he'll sprint down the hallway. Like, he'll make this noise like a little bird, and like sprint down the hallway full speed. And that's like his habit that he had formed, but I think he's teaching me that I am hungry and I'd like a bunch of my goop poured onto a little plate so I can eat it like a king. I remember narrating a story about a teacher who had rabies. Definitely top 5 creepiest. Number 5, my teacher had rabies. I don't remember that one, to be honest. When you lose the game, do you have to say out loud, "I lost the game"? I guess we'll find out. Need more Pradeep on Twitter. Yeah, I'll take if I remember, I'll take a picture of him. I posted a video of him recently on Instagram and the rare TikTok post. You will hear sounds of scraping behind you and fabric tearing. Why does that sound weird? Can I do a Glitch in the Matrix story soon? I actually think I just kind of did one, like 3 stories ago, where the guy like lost track of time as he was driving. He was probably listening to Let's Read and fell asleep while driving. Chicky Meatball, what is up? You will hear sounds of scraping behind you and fabric tearing, followed by footsteps and scratches at the ground. It will be hard to hear them since the noises from the forest will be growing louder and louder as this goes on. The footsteps will start out slow and deliberate, but will slowly turn erratic and unpredictable as they move all over the place behind you. At this point in the game, it is a game of chicken. How close can the pale figure get to you, as well as the footsteps behind you until you stay. Fuck. Fucking hell. Do you think my cat has a name for me? Yeah, my name is Squoobler. Or Big Flub. Probably Big Flub. This is more of a formal title. Once fed is so PA Dutch. That's funny. He once fed. Yeah. That cat once fed. It asked to follow you on Instagram. What asked to follow me? I think you can follow me on Instagram without requesting it. Right? I don't think it's like a private profile or anything like that. The feeder. The fedder. You'll post pictures of your Cheech. Your black cat named Cheech. Do you have a Chong too? Yeah, I hate ass face. Probably. Pradeep is probably very disrespectful to me. Wildly disrespectful. My name is Seymour to Pradeep. Joel is Insta famous. Not really. I feel like my social media is kind of dog shit. Like, some of my tweets. I think my most popular tweet that got like 1,000 likes was one. What did I say? Oh, I said. I don't even know why I said it. I said Santa Claus is gonna cut your fucking throat. That's what I said. I think that's what I said. Maybe you guys can find it. But it was like. I was like, you've been bad, so Santa Claus is gonna cut your fucking throat, or something like that, and it got like over 1,000 likes, which is very, very abnormal. I normally only get like 20 likes on my shit.
Mischievous dog.
Winter Ivy, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. At this point in the game, it is a game of chicken. How close can the pale figure get to you, as well as the footsteps behind you until you say the game is over. To end the game, close your eyes tight and shout at the top of your lungs, "My dear neighbor, I want the game to be over." If you say the words at a good time, when you open your eyes, everything should have stopped, and the figure and noises will be gone. If you say the words too early, everything will still be gone, but when you open your eyes, there will be a large cut on the back of your leg. When you can look around for whatever caused it, you won't find anything. However, if you wait too long to end the game, when you open your eyes, you will still hear the noises, and now the figure will be in front of you, uncomfortably close. The footsteps from behind will begin to sprint at you at full speed, and so, at this point, the only way to end the game is to get out of the graveyard and back to the town. You will continue to hear running footsteps and more high-pitched screaming following you as you run, so make sure you're only focusing on getting back to town. If you can outrun it far enough or for long enough, then you will have ended the game. If you get caught, the game is lost. What's my favorite cookie? Let's see. Oh, fucking shit. What a hard fucking piece of shit question. How are you gonna ask me something like that? No, I'm just kidding. Man, cookies are so good, huh? Well, oh yeah, definitely. Well, I remember Insomnia made these ones. Yeah, anything with peanut butter cups in them. Fucking hell. But I remember there was like these soft cookies they had at Walmart, where it was like these soft sugar cookies, and it's like this icing on top of it. And I don't know, I remember just like eating a whole fucking pack of those one time, and it was the first time in my life I'd ever experienced fucking acid reflux, and it was really bad. But it was those specific cookies. But Jesus fuck, those are good. Them was good, I tell you. When I wanted fed, I got fed, I tell you. And milk, it tastes weird now? Wait, why does milk taste weird? Because you're older? No way. No way milk gets ruined as you get older. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's cap. That's cap. No kizzy for Rizzy. Acid reflux cookies. You know, I think the reason we get acid reflux is because our body, like we evolved from birds, right? So our body is trying to regurgitate that food for our babies in the nest. So that's most likely the situation there. I'm not a scientist, but that's just kind of like my running theory. I like milk now, did not like milk when I was 30. As you get older, milk just is the only thing that helps you sleep. A warm cup of milk and like your nightgown that like runs down to the ground. You have one of those little pointy hats that like drags behind you as you rub your eyeballs. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, I better get to sleep. It's midnight, but I haven't had my milk. I haven't had my milk yet. Oh no. I gotta warm it up. Mommy hasn't warmed it up for me yet. Top 5 favorite foods, go. Okay, cheesecake, lasagna, pizza, potato, just a raw one. Maybe a graveyard, dirt. I don't know, I ran out of ideas. Lemon pledge. It wasn't supposed to be Casilla's voice, it was supposed to be an old man. Like an old little man with like a little hat and a little gown. And he's tired. He's tired. You don't know what heartburn feels like? D-Shore, that's good, yeah. Avoid that shit. It sucks. It sounds like Mario getting old, yeah. It's essentially Mario. And he loves his Milkies. He loves Peach's milk. I live a few miles outside of town and work nights, so it's not uncommon to get home at around 2 a.m. I was on my way home one night, just kind of zoned out and tired. I didn't even bother to plug my iPod in for music, so I was entirely on autopilot. That was until I saw someone walking up ahead. I slowed down a little and moved into the oncoming lane to give them room so that way I wouldn't blast them with air. Also turned my high beams off so I didn't blind them. After your eyes have adjusted walking at night, nothing sucks quite as bad as someone with their brights on, blinding you while you're walking. Just before I passed him, I saw what looked like a glint. Exactly the same effect when you shine a light into an animal's eyes during the night. Immediately, the stranger leaps out and tries to run in front of my car. At first, I thought he tripped or was drunk or was some dumb kid trying to fake me out. Something like that. Anything. My adrenaline was pumping pretty hard at this point, and it put me into this tough guy mode, so I Oh, sorry, I was like, okay, so hearing that person ran out, it brought back an old memory I had or maybe 2 Halloweens ago, or maybe 1 Halloween ago. Fuck, I forget when. But me and my old roommate, we drove to Walmart late at night because, you know, to get the deals on like Halloween candy since Halloween was over. And as we were going there on the highway, this fucking like random dude just appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the fucking highway, and I had to dodge him and to not kill him. And I remember like as we went by, like he fucking like yelled something at us too. Like, ah, ah. He must have been drunk out of his fucking gourd. Must have been drunker than Hannah. And like you know, I remember calling the police and stuff to go look for him, and it was really, really weird. But it was just funny because then it made me laugh because I was telling my old roommate, you know what I mean, or housemate, I guess, about the different experiences, because they also live in this area, about the different experiences with like almost fucking getting into car crashes and stuff. And then I don't even know, he just sent like a voice memo one day that was like, it's crash day. I was like, I was driving and I came across and there was like a 30 car pileup, and I saw a cop and I said, hey cop, what's going on here? And the cop said, hey, it's crash day. If you don't want to participate in the crash, you can keep moving. So I kept going. I didn't want to crash. I don't know why. Him saying it was way funnier in the moment, but he did after that bring up the fact that I guess, you know, my reaction time to things are actually pretty good because avoiding that one crash. But then I guess he said on multiple times when he drove with me, just like my reaction time to like driving with shitty other drivers and then also avoiding hitting that guy who came out of nowhere like a fucking ghost was pretty impressive, because most people would have just been like, what? And then fucking like essentially killed somebody. But not old me, baby. I ain't killing shit. You ain't gonna let me kill you, okay? You're gonna dodge that bullet. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Jesus fuck. My adrenaline was pumping pretty hard at this point, and it put me into this tough guy mode. So I slowed to a stop quite a ways up the highway and was going to jump out and call his name. Fuck. Cherry Lover, what's going on? I remember listening to Live once when I was higher than the fucking stratosphere, and I could not stop laughing, kind of like now. Like, I don't know how it comes up with it. I don't know. I wonder what I said. I remember somebody, like, will send me clips of just stupid fucking shit that I say in the live stream, and it makes me laugh so hard later, because I'm like, when the fuck did I even say that? Zoe Reen, what's up? No vehicular manslide for me. Manslide. He was convicted for vehicular manslide. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Do I sound drunk? I'm not drunk. See, that's why I don't really like to get drunk or high, because I'm just fucking stupid all the time, bro. Except in like, I don't know. I'm actually a kind of a different person sometimes, IRL. Like, almost like excessively quiet, as I just like take in other people. But if that other person even for one instant gives me any sort of energy that would indicate that they have a sense of humor, they're my best friend for the next 30 seconds. Am I streaming so late as usual? It's not too late, I don't think. It's about 1. Genealogy and ASMR, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You started pre-K last week? Oh, that's cute. School. Time for school. Haters with the 2 says, remember to update your tough guy mode. Yeah. I don't know, interactions with people. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of hate getting older. I'll be honest with you. I am not a fan of getting older, and I'll tell you why. Because there's just some unsaid rule with interacting with random people that are adults IRL, is that like making jokes is so much harder. Like, it's so much harder to make someone like, it's not like the playground days where you're in a sand pit and you both shit and piss your pants in the sand pit and have a laugh about it and now you're best friends for life. It's like you go, I don't even know, you just have the most like cringy fucking conversations as you hold a door for somebody at the gas station and say that one liner, and all you get is like a smile out of them whenever secretly they just want to go home so they can fucking chug 30 beers and forget their existence, but you don't know that, you know what I mean, because so many people have been through so much random shit. And that's, I don't know, just, it's so sad sometimes to think that like every interaction you have is just like based on some odd social context, you know what I mean? And like and nobody owes you friendship anymore. Nobody owes you friendship anymore. No, like even dating too. It's not even like there's like sort of a like a nice little, oh, we're both young and it's fun and it could, silly goosey bluesy. It's almost as if though, for the most time, all the people that you interact with in your like adult life are just trying to like they almost indicate like they're trying not to be killed by you or something like that, or I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but it's just every fucking thing leads to nothing. I don't know. It's all downhill after 30. I'm 15. I can barely walk without being sore as fuck. I don't, I'd like that. Let's be real. Adult humor isn't nearly as funny. It takes a whole lot of navigation. Yeah, it does take a lot of navigation. Like, you gotta, like, fucking suss out what the person's, like, I don't even know. What's their socioeconomic status and, like, political leanings and fucking, what is their history and are they gonna, like, be gravely offended by this and blah 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 and schmidt, like what's their favorite cologne and am I wearing it right now, but does it remind them of their wife, but their wife had cancer and oh my god they're gonna they hate seeing you at the fucking breakfast place. I don't even know. It's just or even seeing, like, the thing I hate is listening to other fucking adults talk to each other, you know what I mean, because I still have the same thoughts in my head, as I listen to other adults talk to each other as I did when I was fucking 5 years old. Like, I'm sitting there, say I'm, like, picking food up from someplace, and I see two random, like, moms run into each other. They're, like, 50, and they're like, oh, hey! How the heck are you doing? Oh my god, it's been so long, you look so good. I was about to find. Do you remember my mom and dad are here with me? Oh my god, that's so good. Yeah, the weather's fucking crazy, dude. Sometimes it's sunny, sometimes it's fucking cloudy. Oh my god. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I hope we never run into each other again, and I'm not even remotely inconvenienced by your bullshit. Fuck you. And I wish they would fight. Honestly, I wish they would just fight each other right there, not just for my entertainment, but just so that they could for one fucking second feel as if though they're even remotely alive anymore, instead of just like closer to the grave than previous. I don't know. All right, I'm sorry. I'm going crazy. My adrenaline was pumping pretty hard at this point, and it put me into this tough guy mode. So I slowed to a stop quite a ways up the highway and was going to jump out and call him names or something. I was doing about 60, and it took me a while to react and comprehend what just happened, so I was quite a ways down the road before I came to a complete stop. I know it's dumb to get all egotistical, but it just really irritates me when I get jump scared, so I felt that I had to stop and say something. So, just as I'm poking my head out to be all dumb and call names, I can see this guy sprinting towards me, and I can even hear him running too. I feel like that's something you'll never see. Just like two moms fucking duking it out. That should happen more often. I feel like moms deserve that. I feel like they've earned that. Through all the bullshit that they've been through, I feel like moms deserve a good fight. Not with anybody that could threaten them, but just an equally calibered, 9mm mom. You know what I mean? Like somebody, like, or, you know, they're in the same weight class, similar hairdos, you know, equal fashions, you know, maybe they watch the same shows, or no, maybe they have different, maybe that's where it all starts. They didn't like her perspective on that one contestant from The Voice, so it resulted in a full-out fucking UFC brawl. Yeah, we need Mom Fight Club. We need a fucking Mom Fight Club. One where, you know, they just, you know, instead of taking out their aggression on the dog secretly when no one's looking, or on, you know, a bottle of wine, they fucking just let it all the fuck out. Balls to the wall. Panties to the sky. And I'm the fucking referee. Let's go. And maybe I get in there once in a while. Maybe I jump in. I had to break up the fights a little bit. And they're like, listen, man, we haven't even started fighting. You're already in the middle. So just as I'm poking my head out to be all dumb and call names, I can see this guy sprinting towards me. And I can even hear him running too. Thump, 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 like a full-on dead sprint towards me. And this dude was fast. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to stop abruptly going that fast in a smooth fashion, but I put some distance between him and myself. Instantly, I noped, got back in my car, restarted the engine, and managed to take off without spinning the tires. Just as I saw him approaching my driver's side window as well. The turn off to my house was just up the road, so I kept driving to ensure that I lost him first before heading. You should have a live where you don't read and just have a conversation. I don't think I'd be able to keep it up, to be honest. I don't even think. I mean, you know what I will do though, and I promise this will happen. Please remind me. I will, for my next birthday stream or sometime in between then, have a stream where I'm playing like a choose your own adventure style game or some type of game. You know, like the fucking like we talked about, the Walking Dead series and those kind of bullshit. Just because I think that would be a lot of fun. Like kind of playing the game, kind of reacting to it. You know what I mean? But it's almost like watching a show together at the same time. Go to one of those rooms where you smash TVs and stuff. Fuck yeah, dude. I think what moms need, and this is a business that I'll start. Moms need a big bottle of wine and a knife. You just need a big bottle of wine and a knife, and there's just a room full of like, you know, like meat, maybe like some meat hanging from a ceiling, and you just, you know, $30 for 15 strikes, and they just get to stab the meat over and over again. I feel like that would be pretty therapeutic for them, but that's just a business idea I've been having. Coco Clive with the 2 says, what do you of Britain having a king now? Like, what do I think? You know, I mean, I think pretty much the same way I felt towards them having a queen, like make a silly joke here and there and not give a shit, I guess, you know what I mean? I don't know. People acting like that was the stupidest fucking thing ever. Like people crying about the queen for a day, especially people in America. It was like, you didn't give 2 fucks about the queen one goddamn time for the past 150 years when she was around. And now all of a sudden you act as if the people need to like, hey, be respectful. Have some respect for the queen, even though I didn't give 2 fucking shits about her previously. But these next 30 seconds, this is the important window. This is the important time. Mr. KW Jones, I missed your donation. I'm sorry, buddy. Late night visual effects artist here. You're a lifesaver for going live. Being the only one in my studio is creepy. Listening makes me feel we're all together. Heck yeah. And have you, Mr. KW Jones, have you sent me or tagged me in any of your visual stuff yet? I feel like I asked you about that. And that's the thing too, is like the royal family is like, I remember hearing one weird thing about like their connection with the company of Shell, you know, like the oil company Shell or whatever, and their absolute fucking takedown of the country of Nigeria and the royal family there. It's like all that whole fucking family, man, is like the darkest history possible. I just like why does anyone care? Why does anyone care? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't like to be mean, and I know I could like be meaner or I could be mean by saying jokes. That would be, because that's the way you do it. If you want to be mean, you got to say mean stuff via joke stuff. But sometimes you're just so baffled by like people's like offense and things or caring about shit that you're just like, why, like you're who give the what it's a queen? What is this fucking? Is this the feudal times? Oh, I don't even know what to say. Long live the king. May he reign for fucking ever. Most of what I do is commercial, not allowed legally. Oh, word. Yeah, no worries, buddy. I feel you. I know but that's cool though. I mean, if you ever, want to do some commission, or if you have any ideas for commission work that you'd want to do for me, I'd love to pay you and incorporate your skills there if you have time. Obviously, if not, no worries. But yeah, hit me up. But yeah, it's just like glorified celebrity worship, but not even. It kind of reminds me of like the Kardashians shit. Like, at least the Kardashians had to make a fucking sex tape, you know what I mean, to get famous, or have like the one dad that they stole all the money and stuff from. Get OJ off, you know what I mean? Like, that's the origin of it, right? I don't know what the fuck the royal family did other than like convince everyone else that like God chose them to be in charge of what. I don't even know. I mean, didn't she, like, that whole family still collect like land tax on people? So like some of the wealthiest motherfuckers of all time. It's fucking crazy, dude. We gotta go in the morning and shave our eyebrows. Yeah, is that what they do in the UK for? They're in an official time of mourning, so everybody shaves their eyebrows. I wish that was the thing. That'd be like the greatest thing I ever heard. Fucking beans on toast and shaving our eyebrows at a fucking funeral for the Queen. The turnoff to my house was just up the road, so I kept driving to ensure that I lost him first before heading home. I drove for around an hour all the way to the outskirts of the big city before going back. Eventually, I turned around and got back home as the sun was coming up. Even then, I still decided to park a little ways down the road from my house before entering, just in case. My car is bright red and kind of hard to mistake or blend in with such a small town. People see it and know it's mine, you know. Now the next day, I go out to bring it back and it's totally fine and all. But every single night when I pass that area after work, I'm always kind of hoping that I'll see someone walking on the side of the road, so I can try and get a better look or something. I don't even know why, I'm just curious. If I were to guess, it was some type of meth head, and let me tell you, meth is one heck of a drug. In fact, I remember one night me and a friend were just out on a night drive, smoking weed and creeping ourselves out because it was all foggy and dark out. We parked at the top of this hill because the city lights through the fog looked amazing, and I'm a photographer, so I thought that this was a really cool opportunity. So, we're sitting in the car, he's rolling another doob whilst I'm prepping my camera, and suddenly, bang, 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 right in the back window. We both just stared at each other before I, being the idiot I am, decided to go outside and have a look. The moment I stepped out of the car and my eyes adjusted, I kid you not, I saw what looked like a naked man scurrying off into the bushes. Have you ever smelled meth before? I'll tell you, it smells just like cat urine mixed with window cleaner. So whatever this naked guy was up to, I did not want to find out. I never moved so fast in my life. got back in my car and begged my friend to drive elsewhere. And the rest of the night was uneventful. However, our high was ruined because we were now paranoid about the naked meth man. Whoops. Just in time for bed. Nighty-night. Beans on toast and British artists who sing with a British accent. I am actually always impressed whenever I hear an artist who is from the UK and I can't even hear their accent. I'm like, oh shit. They've duped me again. Pulled a twizzy on me. What the hell? Ever smoke so much weed while sitting between two boats and getting seasick while sitting in a car? No. I thought, isn't marijuana supposed to help with nausea or whatever? Alright everyone, I'm heading. Hope everyone has a good night and take care. Just see you, Amy. Take care. The rest of the night was uneventful. However, our high was ruined because we were now paranoid about it. The rest of our night was uneventful. However, our high was ruined because we were now paranoid about the naked meth man. Oh yeah, 21 Savage is from the UK, isn't he? Because didn't he get deported back to the UK or some crazy shit? Something wild like that. He's royalty. He's the new king of England. 21. Also, is Young Thug still in jail? Or what's his deal? Ever get so high you feel like you're wearing a hat, but you're not? That just means that you're supposed to rip out all your hair. That just means the hair's not supposed to be there. I'm just kidding. It's the zombie drug scopolamine that helps with seasickness. Oh yeah, you put a little behind your ear, right? Well, I mean, different drugs have different effects, and I've heard certain drug or certain marijuana strains can help with nausea. Rick James is a legend. I'm Rick James, bitch. Where the 5 fingers? Yeah, he's old Thug now. I always think about that. I'm like, these rap stars that come up and they're very popular for literally 2 songs. Well, Young Thug a little bit longer than 2 songs, but all I know is his green card expired and Thugger is sadly still in with Lucci. Dang. What? Oh yeah, he was I don't understand that. How can you get so wealthy, right? You get so wealthy, and yet you still participate in some of the most ridiculous tomfoolery ever. Because wasn't he he had AKs in his car and some stupid shit, but they were unregistered and various other silliness. I don't know, man. I understand whenever you grow up in that culture, it's hard to get away from those friends, you know what I mean? And maybe to a certain degree you feel as if though your identity still is within that, and because the music has sort of an identity in that as well, you feel almost like you're fake if you don't continue to participate in that sort of, culture. But in my mind, that just seems like an illogical approach. Who's the one guy? I don't think it's Waka Flocka, but 2 Chainz. Yeah, I think 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz has a master's degree. You know what I mean? There's a lot of rap stars who are well educated, don't participate in tomfoolery, and can trick their audience into thinking that they're somehow hardcore and whatever, and part of that process. So I just So you finally found me secret, eh? That'd be so funny. Holy shit. If 21 Savage just suddenly broke out into a fucking tea and biscuits accent. Charlie Murphy. Shirts versus the blouses. 2 Chainz. I am guessing that there are as many varieties of cannabis as there are plantains, since there are some where bananas come from that taste like strawberry ice cream, as well as bland ones. Interesting. I hate living in England. It's currently 6:30 a.m. and once again I've missed the stories. That's okay. We'll have them up edited for you, just in time for your evening chips. Most expensivest. This is the most expensivest crime I've ever committed. 21 Savage all of a sudden raps over a drill beat. What's a drill beat? Oh, like like with the drums, like. Wait, is that what they do in Great Britain? Are they known for their? The facade has always been a staple in the rap game. Reminds me of Lil Jon, Skit, and Chappelle. Yeah, exactly. Lil Jon is a fucking master of that shit. Or even ho. What's his name? He always says ho, ho. You know what I'm talking about? Why the fuck can't I remember his name? He was a cop. He was a cop turned rapper. Ho. Or ho. I can't even do it right. Why can't I remember his name? Yeah, this one song. Yeah, Rick Ross. Thank you. He knew it. Yes, Richard Ross. Yeah, wasn't he a cop? And then he became, I don't know, talks about selling cocaine. And then, remember when he was like, shout out to Pears? That was like my favorite thing ever. He's like, I started doing CrossFit. Shout out to Pears. Like he's shouting out to fruit. Fruit helped him lose all the weight. 900 pears a day. Tupac would be so disappointed by some of these rappers today. Honestly, I think the thing is that why would you want? I'm not disappointed in the rappers if they stay out of trouble. You know what I mean? Like if they're able to break free of whatever previous circumstances, hypothetically, or if they're intelligent enough to manipulate the market into thinking that they are some type of image, if that's what's required of them. You know what I mean? That's just business sense. You know what I mean? I think at the end of the day, the most disappointing thing that I would say within the rap culture is the continuation of the perpetuation of the idea of violence, or the idea of selling drugs, because there are some very influential young people out there that still subconsciously might utilize that music in a way. And I know that's kind of a slippery slope argument when it comes to in almost in the same way video games cause violence and stuff, but I mean, I don't know, there's something about rap music and the way and the culture that it presents that I think if you want to make a change in it, you look at somebody like Diggable Planets. I've always admired the group Diggable Planets. I mean, they're older, it's 94, but that was a really positive, jazzy vibe to it, you know what I mean? That there wasn't really a consistent presentation of any sort of violent culture within it. It was just we're all having a good time, and sure, we get a little high, but we like music, and this is where we find our joy, you know what I mean? That to me, I feel would be a much more admirable, I guess all you can say is sort of cultural presentation. Afro Man is one of your favorites. La da 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 da. I remember getting that CD in 5th grade, and I felt like such a fucking G because I convinced my parents to get, or maybe I had my friend buy it for me, and then I gave him money. But anyways, I got the uncensored version, which was always a huge win for me in fucking middle school. La da 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 da, la da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da, da da da. I wonder if he's still touring. I wonder how Afro Man is doing. Colt 45 and 2 zigzags. Baby, that's all we need. We can go to the bar after dark, smoke that tumbleweed. As the marijuana burn, we can take our turns singing them dirty rap song. Stop and hit the bong like Cheech and Chong. Wait, fuck. I knew most of the lyrics. Fuck. From here to Hong Kong. Damn, what was the middle one there? So roll my joint. Pick out the seeds and stems. I feel like, does anyone still pick out the seeds and stems? That seems like an archaic process at this point. If my tapes and my CDs just don't sell, maybe my... What is it? Oh, man, I listen to that song so fucking much. Best rap song I ever listened to is Soul Poetry with a Beat. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I think... And I'm not saying that that's how it always should be, because, I mean, you know, that sort of, like... I will be honest, like, that sort of, like, gangbanger presentation of rap does, in my mind, have some uses in the sense of, like, getting you hype for working out or something like that. But then in the idea that it also is sort of presenting almost like a false reality of the individual who's making the music, or even maybe an actual reality of what they go through. If they're not advocating against violence on other people, I think that it can be heavily influential, especially in their position, to like influence youthful individuals to continue to exist in that violence. And I don't think that's good. I don't think that's a good thing. And it would just be nice if somebody would have that realization and set apart the sort of marketing aspect of it, and set apart like their own personal frustrations with whoever their enemies might be, and just start a new fucking wave of something else. You know what I mean? Because that shit can happen all the time. You can start a new wave of music anytime you fucking want. Seeds ruin the strain. Nothing worse than toking a seed. Yeah, what if it you sucked it in and it like grew what if it grew inside of your stomach? Like a big water, you know. Kevin Gates. Yeah, Kevin Gates. I swear to God, Kevin Gates was someone who just like, I got 2 phones. He like made that song and like another one at the same time. It was like, all right, I made $1 million. I'm out of here. I'm going to go invest in real estate and Bitcoin or something. And he was done. And now he has more than 2 phones. He's got probably like 3 or 4. Most of them maybe landlines. When you read us a story, I'll do it right now. One night back in 2009, I was driving back home from my, at the time, girlfriend's house at about 3 a.m. She lived in the... Fuck. No, I totally agree. It goes for other genres as well, because like there's like within death metal as well, there is like sort of an underlying subculture there that relies heavily upon, and I'm not saying all the time. Once again, I don't want to hyper generalize certain music categories in all the different subgenres as like having any sort of direct correlation to violence or like a monopoly on violence or anything like that. But I remember, you know, within the death metal culture, there was a lot of violence. You know, there was a lot of drug use, there was a lot of violence, and there was a lot of intimidation between different groups and different subgroups, and almost in a similar fashion of like gang culture. And, you know, like I said, the energy's good when you're using it healthily. Like in my case, I'd like to use it for like when I was powerlifting and shit and I was sick, you know, or you're training for something. But at the end of the day, like if you end up getting really heavily involved in that culture, you know, it's going to rub off on you in some type of like subconscious manner. Yeah, in the mosh pit. Yeah, black metal, I guess. Yeah, the darkest of metals. What's your view on 80s new wave? I like synthwave stuff a lot. I really do. I love the Midnight. The Midnight's like one of my favorite albums. That one song Gloria by the Midnight, that album Days of Thunder. That was like, I think that was one of their side albums, but it was like one of their most, in my mind, some of their best. What's the one song? America 2. One night back in 2009, I was driving back home from my, at the time, girlfriend's house at about 3 a.m. She lived a good hour or so away from me in the middle of nowhere in Illinois, and I lived just over the border in Indiana. Chicago was about a half-hour drive from me, for reference, and for any Illinois. Inflation. I did it all for the nookie. Yeah, the nookie. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Fred Durst started like a riot. He got in a lot of trouble one time during a show, like for like actually starting like a full-on riot. Did you listen to anything in the vaporwave category? Oh yeah, I like vaporwave stuff. I forget there's this one album that, dude, I can't even. I think it almost like has like a Windows 98 startup sound or something at the beginning of the album, but it was so good. Also, I like the development of like the sort of creative development of like Tyler the Creator, you know what I mean? Because like his first stuff, like it was pretty violent and like abstract, but then it sort of evolved into. I'm just a big fan of jazz. Like I just like jazzy stuff, you know what I mean? And so whenever he kind of like went a little bit in that direction, it was some of my favorite shit. Some of my favorite feces. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Joel's favorite band is Steel Panther. He's seen them 27 times, which isn't even a lot. I feel like that's a reference to something, like a quote from a thing, but I don't even know what it is. Tycho Dive. Yeah, I love Tycho. Yeah, I talked about Tycho, I think, a couple streams ago, where it was like, there was this one song, one album called Past His Prologue, and you know, there was a few other ones in there as well, but they had like, I don't know if it was Past His Prologue or which one it was, but it had a very wet sound. Like every song had some type of like running water or like rain or something that, like, I don't know, I just loved it. And like the samples they used in it were just like so beautiful. And I would say that Tycho is still good, but he like now kind of like shifted a lot of his sound over to this sort of like, you might hear it now, but he like uses a lot of like guitar. It's really strange, like it's like this sort of obsession with this one specific guitar riffed noise, and it's like, it's cool, but it's not like, I just feel like he's kind of like stuck there. I'm not exactly sure. Any Tool fans? I actually saw Tool in concert. My friend invited me. It was very fucking loud. It was, I don't know. Also, I like Tool, but like there's something about Tool that I don't like, because every time I ever watch them, I feel as if though just going to one of their shows or listening to one of their songs is like the epitome of like being high on fucking heroin, and you're stuck in like some back room drug den, and you're also hallucinating, and you're about to die and go to hell for whatever reason, and Tool is like the music that you're listening to as it's happening. Ozzy Osbourne. I've been listening to a lot of Ozzy Osbourne like while I'm in the shower. I don't even know why. And Black Sabbath. It made me want to sing Iron Man at fucking karaoke, bro, man. Can you imagine how sick that would be, bro? For any Illinois people, she lived in a town called Beecher. For me to get home, I had to take the highway I-394 for about 20 miles north and then hop on another highway heading east. There's practically nothing, almost. That's the best description of Tool I've ever heard. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it was. What's that one fucking song? It's like I am. and it's like these disgusting contortionists, like half human, half fucking dog people are just like crawling around, like bobbling their head in the fucking music video and shit. And I just remember like every fucking day before middle school at like 6 in the fucking morning, because my mom had to wake me up early because she had to go to work, and then I would just be awake and not allowed to fall back asleep, so I would just sit and watch music videos in the fucking, yeah, parabola, thank you. Yeah, like, and that fucking music video would come on MTV, because I like to watch the music videos in the morning and stuff, and like, I don't know what the fuck that, I hated that fucking song. Like, I would listen to it, or, oh, it's Sober by Tool? Okay, yeah. Or shit, yeah, Schism, dude, yeah, fucking, now I remember, yeah, Schism. And I don't know what the fuck it was like. Every time I would have to watch that, it was like having to go through some like MK Ultra fucking brainwashing shit as a kid. And I got like PTSD from that song from watching the music video so many fucking times. And sometimes it, like in the span of an hour of their like song loops, they would play it again, and I just have to stare at what in my mind as a child I could only, you know, consider to be like fucking purgatory or some sort of like weird abstract, like who's the guy that designed remember Alien? Remember the guy who does like fucking the art for Alien, art for the movie Alien? Yeah, H.R. Geiger. God, I don't, that's the vibe that I got, was like you were in just some like H.R. Geiger hell and Tool is playing. Anyways, oh my god. Yeah, the MTV days, they were interesting. Is the song on YouTube, You Want to Be Brainwashed? Yeah, so it's called, so the band's called Tool, and the song is called Schism. And I don't know what it is about it, but it freaks me out. And it's good. It's actually a good song, like looking back on it. Like, but your uncle just died. Oh, I'm sorry, Christina. Sorry about that. He worked on Jurassic Park? Wait, H.R. Geiger worked on Jurassic Park? Really? That's pretty sick. I didn't even know that. There's practically nothing along most of this highway stretch. There's a few stores, a hospital, and a prison nearby, but then nothing except exits for the rest of the drive to the next expressway. So I'm about halfway... Sorry, I had to like burp through all that. H.R. Geiger has made a lot of art for album covers over his years, all the way back to Brain Salad Surgery. Wow. Purgatory also stop trying to push that poppery on us. What's poppery? Potpourri? Do you think I'm trying to brainwash you, man? Why don't you go watch that Tool video and then you'll feel the poppery. So I'm about halfway down the stretch of highway, approaching a light that is just turning red. I knew that this particular Why am I fucking up so bad? I knew that this particular light and another nearby took forever to change, so I was of course bothered and tired. I stop and flick my cigarette out the window, and when I do, I notice this person walking along the ditch separating either side of the highway. I found it weird because, well, it's 3:15 a.m. on a highway that was devoid of any other cars, much less people walking down the road. This person, I notice, is wearing an all-gray jumpsuit type deal. My immediate thought is that this is an escaped convict from the jail, and my mind starts racing before I tell myself that I'm just being paranoid, and maybe he just likes to wear jumpsuits. I ignore him and look down at my phone to text for a moment. I sent the text to my then-girlfriend and then looked up to find this guy, now in my lane of traffic, dead center, in my headlights. Just sort of slowly walking towards me and not saying a word. He wasn't asking for help, nor was he threatening me or anything. He was just staring me down, walking towards me, before picking up a faster and faster pace. Of course, I'm waiting for the god-awful light to turn green, and I keep thinking to myself, okay, if he gets close to my car, I'm flooring it. So just before the light turns green, this guy breaks out into a run, and I conveniently decide that a ticket is worth it over my life. I took off. I completely floored it and swerved to the right to avoid hitting him and to go around him. As this is happening, the light finally turns green. Go figure. And as I swerve to the right of him, he makes this giant gallop towards my car and ends up getting so close that he slams his hand on the rear of my car. That would have hit him. Oops. Am I going to be releasing new stories on Chilling soon? Yeah, I record new stories every month for Chilling. It's just, it's kind of up to them in the manner in which how they release it. But I am excited to be part of a pretty big Halloween project that's going to be coming out on Chilling in October. So that should be pretty sick. It's going to have a bunch of the narrators that work on there, like, kind of doing that together. So that'll be a fun, like, sort of, what do you call, like, audio experience or audio drama, I suppose. You're downloading the Chilling app, you're enjoying it a lot. Well, thank you, Christine. I'm glad you are getting some fun out of that. The craziest dreams lately listening to you. It's fucking great. Chilling, a kick-ass app. Oh, nice, yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't seen Hawk in a while. I think he's just been busy, I don't know, but I hope he's doing okay. I would have hit him and not cared at all, if I had no other choice, but I obviously tried not to. I spent the next half a mile staring in my rear view until he's out of sight. After I drove past, he just stopped, standing in the middle of the intersection in the center of one particular streetlight, staring down the road in my direction until I could no longer see him. When I finally got home and calmed down a bit, I went to look at where he had hit my car and found a handprint that I initially thought looked like now dried blood. Never did figure out who he was or what his intentions were, but it scared me enough that I almost always ran through red lights late at night after that. Coco Clive with the 2 says, mix all the colors of the rainbow, what do you get? Oh, I guess, what do you get? Isn't that all the colors? Well, like what? Black absorbs all the colors, white reflects all the colors, right? Or something like that in the color spectrum. Well, I really only got a subscription from Chill listening to you and your maker. I wish more narrators would join as it's a good platform. Yeah, I definitely think so. And I think as they continue to grow, they will continue to pick up talent. And they just raised like on their Republic, what was it called? It's called Republic, and it's sort of like grassroots crowdfunding stuff, but like it's sort of like an investment thing as well. So like if you donated $1,000, they can match you with they can match you with like however that is in like shares of the company, and then it's anticipated that you'll get to 3 to 5 times that amount or whatever as it continues to grow, or at least the projected stats. Now, I'm not like encouraging anyone to do that, like in the concept of investment, but I mean it's more of just like a grassroots fundraising thing. But they reached $100,000, I think, for that. So I'm excited to see, like, you know, Chilling 2.0 is going to be some serious stuff with like video content and all sorts of cool shit. You ever thought about creating all your stories in one place? Well, you know, it just comes down to like, you know, who controls those stories, you know what I mean? So like with Chilling, it's like a whole nother thing, and I wouldn't, you know, have access to it, you know what I mean? Box of Sorrows with the 5 says, hey there, hope you've been having a good night. Just got back from an Eric Clapton concert. And man, he still sounds and plays amazing. That's awesome. I didn't even know he was still around. But thank you for the 5 and welcome home. If you mix all the colors together, you get a grayish, brownish color. Am I actually live? I am Jonathan. Hello, hello. And you are just in time for the last story of the evening. He who controls the stories controls Arrakis. Is Arrakis Dune? Is that Dune a Dune reference? Can I use the bathroom real quick? I will be right back. I gotta take a whiz real quick. All right. All the bong rips and chips. Don't whiz on the electric fence. Don't tell me what to do. In the least weird way possible. There are like 600 people watching, and Joel just said he's going to the bathroom, so is it safe to assume that like 100 people are thinking of him peeing right now? I hope so. I'll do an ASMR video of it later. The music makes you have to pee. That's funny. That would be funny if like hearing a song and associating it with peeing like so many times eventually makes you want to take a whiz. What the deuce? It's log. It's 8 a.m. live storytelling for overstressed office worker. Thank you. You're welcome. If it's 8 a.m., so yeah, you would have to be in the UK, right? Or at least in Eastern or Western Europe. You got an important day ahead, you're nervous? Well, that's okay. It's good to be nervous. That just means that you are honed in, you are ready, you are focused on the task at hand. This isn't the scariest story, but I promise you it's 100% true. And it's the most paranormal thing that I have ever personally experienced. Back in the late 90s, my dad moved into a second-floor apartment off of a very busy Chicago street. Western Ave, just off 90 for any Chicago bros. And just to give you some reference to my state of mind, I was probably about 11 years old at this time. The bottom floor was a business shop, and apparently somebody else lived on the very top floor, although it looked like a pretty small place. I never got to see the top floor unit myself. Basically, this was a full building in the middle of a noisy downtown area, instead of some creepy cabin in the woods. Yet even so, something always felt a little bit off about the place. I can't quite explain it, but if anyone has been in a haunted house before, you will understand that something just isn't right. I would always hear all sorts of creaking and stuff at night, which could certainly be explained by it just being an old building. I would also always hear noises coming from upstairs, but like I said, I just had this like weird realization. I remember going to I don't even know where it was, but I went with some friends to, I don't even know, but we were at this like old couple's house, and it was like a really old Victorian style, old ass 1800s house. And I just remember, like, for whatever reason, the old man that lived there, like, my friends were saying that they had taken like a strong liking to me, but it wasn't in like a jokey way to make fun of him being creepy. It was just like he liked me. I don't know if I reminded him of his son or something like that, but I just remember like asking him whenever I walked in there into like the upper floors, is like, is your house haunted? And it was just weird, his reaction. He was like, I mean, there have been, I don't know, there was something about it, but like, I just got, like, whenever I was reading that fucking thing about just now, the person being like, that feeling of a house being haunted, I was almost curious of me, like, asking that question to that guy, if that was, like, a topic that he kind of, like, wanted to avoid, and maybe the reason that he liked me was the fact that I had, like, brought it up, or perhaps maybe it felt less haunted with me being there. What the fuck am I talking about? Anyways, we're moving on. I would also always hear noises coming from upstairs, but like I said, I'm pretty sure it was occupied up there, so that wasn't too strange. Although I'm a really heavy sleeper and slept through the worst of Saturday night loud traffic, there's quite a few bars in that area too, so there were always loud noises at all hours of the night in that place. I would still occasionally wake up in the middle of the night for reasons I can't explain. One night, I remember waking up and seeing what appeared to be a dark figure seated in a chair in my room, which was facing my bed. I wasn't entirely terrified, but yes, I was a bit scared and continued to lay there for a few minutes. During this, the figure seemed to slowly dissipate until it was no longer visible. After this experience, I got rid of all the chairs in my room. Anyways, I never told my dad about this incident, but he knew that I was weirded out by this place from the start, and I knew that he thought it was creepy too, although he never really went into detail why. He ended up moving out of that place about a year and a half after a year and a half. What story is this? This is story 10 of 10, so we've been up for almost 4 hours here. You gotta get ready. See ya. I bet being old and in a house with that kind of energy would be like being friends with death in a way. I feel like it was uncomfortable for that old man. Yeah. You do wonder to what extent, if someone lives in a haunted house, like to what extent they're actually like connected to those spirits, you know what I mean, in a way that maybe they don't even perceive those spirits to be malevolent, or perhaps they were malevolent at some point, but now their souls are sort of integrated with the spirit's existence there, and like that kind of thing, and like now they feel almost like defensive of it or something. I don't know. Hey Shanus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 2 Missed Daft Girl, Rowdy, Frankie B, Celine, and Tater Baby. welcome everyone to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content, and be sure to thank Shanus for the kind gifts.
Mischievous dog.
You grew up in a haunted house. It was hell. Tell me about it. What happened? I want to hear about it, or at least the cool details. Not to downplay your experiences, but just, you know, like the crazy shit. He ended up moving out of that place after about a year and a half. Now, all the phenomena that I've described up to this point can certainly be explained, so I'm not trying to prove that this place was haunted or that ghosts are real, etc., etc. Although, for the record, it was not sleep paralysis when I saw the figure in my room. I do remember being able to move. I'm just letting you know the true record of what I experienced there. But here's the kicker. After we moved out, we ended up finding out that the building used to be. I want to say thank you for listeners. My wife and I love your channel. Is it Chavez? Am I saying that right? Well, thank you, my friend. Or Chavez. Chavez-bou bonsoir. Chavez. Either way, thank you. Appreciate you. Wait, this little boy tried to get into my body? Oh, like a spirit thing? That's actually, that would be hell, yeah. But here's the kick, okay. Hey, Jacob Bowling says, Joel, the King of Kings has been woken up by you. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Jacob. I have stirred your slumber. Thank you for the 2. But here's the kicker. After we moved out, we ended up finding out that the building used to be a funeral home. The top floor was where the morticians lived, and the bottom floor was where they would hold the services. The middle floor, which we lived on, was the work area, where the bodies would be laid out and prepped for the funeral. Of course, the landlords neglected to mention this fact to my dad until after we had moved out. Do I remember the first time reading your stories was the top 10 short sentence horror stories? Oh, like the first time seeing my channel? I am half Romanian and learned a while ago of a folkloric creature known as the Old Man, who appears when people are about to have a massive change in their life, but he is benevolent and very wise. Folkloric creature, the Old Man who appears to people. Massive change, okay. Has that happened to you recently? He woke me up by making my head hurt. He was solid in broad daylight and had red eyes. I thought he was my brother, but he disappeared. Huh. And how did he, like, try to enter your, like, to, I guess, possess you? Was it, like, through, while you were asleep, or how did that work? Also, I'm going to read the outro here if y'all want to think of something funny for me to say. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. You said to give people advice on something that they can do to improve their life or prevent a bad thing from happening in the future. Oh, okay, that's cool. I like that character. Say something to the guy whose shoes don't fit his... What? Yeah, there was something at the beginning, one of the earlier stories. Oh yeah, and I gotta remember to put that fucking picture in there too. Also say, he big boot. Oh, that's right, thank you. Yeah, I gotta go back to that. He big boot, no fit, or something like that. It's like very 4chanian. Cave, Richie, war story. He boot too big for he got dang feet. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, he boot too big for he got dang feet. It's probably going to turn out to be some fucking like 4chan code language and I'm going to get in trouble. Paige Hurdson, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. The too long didn't read a part. Oh yeah, story 2. Thank you. Appreciate that. He big boot. All right, my friends. Thank you for everything. This was a fun night, honestly. I feel like the most energy I've had in a while. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being here and supporting the stream and the channel and all that good stuff. This will be edited and up on YouTube and early access on Patreon first thing, and then it's only $1 a month over there for that, and then up on YouTube at 7 p.m. EST today. And then the new podcast is up on all the podcast things. All squats. Oh, fuck. Here, let's do push-ups instead. Wait, no, fuck. Just because I did leg day today, I feel like I'm going to cramp. You know what? Fuck it, dude. Extra swoley for the Jolie. Yes. I'm going to refer to myself in third person. That's not weird. Okay. Alright. How many did we do last time? Didn't we do 90 fucking last time? We on 100 now? Oh my god. I feel like I might not actually make it to 100 because I'm just probably so burnt out from earlier, but... Okay. One arm leg push-ups. One leg schnush-schnup. Alright. Fucking 90. Are we on 100 now? Or are we on a 90? Let's go to sit-ups next. Excuse me, isn't it illegal to be sporty and have this voice? I know, right? Yeah. Sporty. I love that. He's so sporty. Okay. So, I really hope I don't cramp. Also, I'm wearing a fucking, like, golf shorts. But, do a plan for 10 minutes? What's a plan? It's 2:30 a.m. doing bees on myself. Yeah, fuck it, dude. I can be on myself when I die, and then I have a heart attack. Don't do 100. Alright, fuck it. We got to, though. We gotta keep moving up. We never stop moving up to the top of the hill, and we're only halfway there. Dr. Disrespect. Go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Count them out with me. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. Oh shit, yeah, I can feel it from earlier. Goddamn. 65. It's just like what it is, it's like the fucking blood. The fucking blood. There's blood everywhere. I'm bleeding out of my ass. This is your fault. You guys enabled me. 67, 67, 60. Wait, what am I on? 60s? Right? Yeah. 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74. Did I skip 10? 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Oh, I was on 55. Okay, then I have 10 more to go. Sorry, I skipped. 10 more. 1, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Okay, fuck. Sorry. Fucking had to stop a lot, but man, it's just like, dude, I'm honestly, when it comes to like burning during a workout, like, I am the biggest pussy. Like, I cannot fight through the burn. It's just like, hey, Galactic bitch, thank you for the $10 Reno. Working on that peach, baby. Yeah. A lot of people grab my butt in public. You don't see me complaining. I'm just kidding. I wish they would. So I can call the police on them. Mainly just because I miss talking to the police. Such good fellas. Alright, well. Yeah, I mean, if I were to do it all the way through, that'd be better. But I don't know, that burn, man. Whatever, fuck it. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for everything. You know, follow me on Bing.com, on what's it called? Instagram @letsread.official. Twitter's the best one, even though Twitter sucks, but like, it's the best thing to like bypass the notification systems to know when every live goes live. Hit the notifications on Twitter @letsread creepy on Twitter, and you'll be kept up to date with all the stupid shit that I have to say. Because sometimes I say some pretty banging tweets over there. I'll be honest with you. But thank you guys for everything. Yeah, we'll get this edited, get it up, early access, all that good shit. Love you, appreciate you. And we'll see you again soon. A bicep selfie. Okay.